It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, border battle. This morning, crowds of migrants growing with Title 42 set to expire in just hours.
We have a dangerous and deadly national security crisis unfolding at our southern border. And the crisis is soon to become a catastrophe.
We're live with the latest. Then, promising results. We're taking a look at the first peanut allergy treatment for toddlers, giving hope to millions of families. What parents should know about this treatment and how they can get it. Plus, road to recovery. Our very own Morgan Chesky opening up about a hiking trip that ended in the ICU.
It was a miracle that you got out.
The condition that can affect anyone at high altitudes and the important warning you need to know. And Greece is the word. Your first exclusive look at My Big Fat Greek Wedding 3.
We're going to Greece.
Oh, yeah.
And by we, I mean the whole family.
Who wants souvlaki?
Paging souvlaki.
The family back together, headed for the homeland and ready to prove the third time is the charm. Today, Thursday, May 11th, 2023.
On a school trip
from Martin High School in Texas. Go Orange!
On our first ever Mother's Day trip from Bardstown, Kentucky.
From Columbia, Missouri. This is my first time in New York.
Wishing my sister and her husband a happy 49th anniversary.
In Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin.
We love you.
From Parkersburg, Iowa. Today I turned 60.
Visiting from Spartanburg, South Carolina. And Birmingham, Alabama.
From Pittsburgh. Celebrating our Sweet 16 on the Today Show.
Back 8:12, your health, and a story that really hits close to home.
Yeah, our correspondent and friend Morgan Chesky is with us after a recent hiking trip that ended with a trip in the ICU, a potentially fatal condition that can affect anybody at high altitudes. Morgan, first of all, can we just say how happy we are that you're sitting on this couch? That must have been terrifying.
It absolutely was. Good to see both of you. I don't think I've ever meant that more, but I mean, it was super terrifying. First time in an ambulance, first time in ICU after a diagnosis that after hiking my entire life, I've never even heard of once. High altitude pulmonary edema, or HAPE. And very fortunately for me, I had a lot of help catching it just in time.
Hitting a trail, preferably in mountains, has been a favorite pastime for pretty much ever, which is why I could have never imagined a trip to Bryce Canyon and Zion National Parks would end here, on oxygen, in ICU.
I guess you could call this my first hike since the trip.
Let's don't go that far. Okay. I would call this a stroll.
My Uncle Eric, part of the tight-knit crew converging to hike Utah's finest. We hit Bryce day one. Trails topping 8,000 feet. I've hiked higher before, but this time started feeling off.
You were moving just a little slower, so that's why I continued to watch you like a hawk.
The next day at Zion was worse. Pictures hiding how lightheaded and weak I felt, with a pulse that was skyrocketing.
I'm having to stop every 50 yards just to catch my breath.
Or a lot less than that. It brought me back 22 years ago when we were in Breckenridge with your dad, and he had almost the exact same symptoms.
Symptoms that days later led to losing my dad to a heart attack at just 48 from a blocked artery. Knowing I was in trouble, but not exactly why, Uncle Eric grabbed my pack.
You're 100% maxed. You're done. It was a miracle that you got out.
The next miracle? Making it to Cedar City Hospital. After helping me off the trail, Uncle Eric drove me to a clinic an hour away. They called an ambulance when my oxygen levels came back half of what they should be.
Your CT scan looked like it came from the textbook.
Dr. Jared Gray raced me in for tests, finding my lungs filling with fluid. He diagnosed me with HAPE, or high-altitude pulmonary edema, a respiratory condition that typically strikes those who ascend rapidly to elevations, topping 8,000 feet.
All of your capillaries in your lungs started leaking, and so it's harder for oxygen to go across.
If untreated, Doc told me you either pass out from lack of oxygen or go into cardiac arrest. In February, that's exactly what happened to 58-year-old John Magnus, an accomplished hiker who climbed Argentina's Mount Aconcagua, topping 22,000 feet. But hours later, his family says he passed away from HAPE-induced cardiac arrest.
He was a very physically fit person.
His family now speaking out to share a warning for others.
It can happen to anyone. Plan ahead and be prepared as best as you can for emergency scenarios.
As for me, quality care and lower elevation did wonders. Not to mention a guy who made sure I was going to make it back home.
You know, much love for having my back out there.
Yeah, well, you know, I love you like my son, and
I know, man. Appreciate you, brother.
Wow.
Everyone needs an Uncle Eric.
Yes, and a guardian angel as well, which I think you have. How are you feeling now? It's only been a couple weeks, right?
Right, feeling a lot better. Definitely sticking away from doing anything strenuous. Tried to go on a jog today. Told myself very quickly, let's just slow things down a little bit. Okay. Doctors tell me that, within about a couple weeks, my lungs will have fully healed, but definitely going to take it slow and steady going forward, because the most frustrating part was knowing you're physically able to do something and your body not allowing you to do that.
We're going to get to Dr. John in a second, but what struck me about your condition too was, we all have used those oxygen meters with COVID to see what your blood oxygen is. 90 to 100 is what it's supposed to be. Yours was 58.
That's when it became incredibly real. In fact, the nurse who put it on said there must be something wrong here. Uncle says, no, trust that, because they tested it a second time. It was 60, and that's when they made the call to have the ambulance come. And for me personally, I think it really sunk in, because I'd been trying to just push it a little bit, taking over-the-counter medication, telling myself I just need a good night's sleep, I'll be fine. But every day got just a little worse, and thank God we went there when we did.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dr. John, Morgan's a hiker. And the
physically fit and
just
young.
And the
I'd like
gentleman that was in the story was an accomplished hiker as well. So presumably they've been on high peaks before. Why would it suddenly you get an onset of this condition?
And that's the biggest thing about this. And there's actually three different things. One is acute mountain sickness. I see this in Colorado all the time. It's the headache, it's the nausea, the fatigue people get from being at higher altitude, 8,000 feet or above. And then the life-threatening ones are high altitude pulmonary edema that you had, and high altitude cerebral edema, which is swelling of the brain, which is very, very dangerous. And those can happen to anybody anytime. You can be accomplished, you can be somebody who's never gone up there. It doesn't matter. It has to do with acclimatization and your own body, your genetic profile, all these different things. So you can't tell who it's going to affect.
So you're a big hiker, Morgan. So what does that mean? Does that mean that that's something you think about it, or you're not going to do hikes anymore? Because maybe.
Great question. I did a solo backpacking trip to the Tetons in Wyoming, knew that I was going to be going above 10,000 feet, and I actually took a medication that can help. Because we were not going above 10 on this trip, I thought I was going to be just fine.
The Wyoming trip was before this happened.
A couple of years before. So I'm thinking, because I'm not going above 10, I'll be okay. And the doctor says, where'd you come from? Dallas to Utah, and then I'm hiking at 9,000 feet within 24 hours of arriving. He says that's a major red flag.
So that's interesting, and I think you were kind of just saying it's not just how high you go, or if you've been that high before, how quickly you go.
Exactly.
And we have a saying in the climbing community, there's a saying, you want to climb high, but you want to sleep low, because that sleeping at night is when your body acclimates the most. And so if you climb high and then you sleep high and then go higher or stay high, your body doesn't have time to acclimate. And so what we tell people when they're coming here is, if you go out on a hike during the day, that night go down much lower, and your body can acclimate and then slowly build your way up there. The medicine you talk, that's a great thing. Going forward, you probably should be taking that with you.
Absolutely.
Only because, again, you never know when this is going to strike again. You are more susceptible to it, unfortunately.
And Doc, I'm curious, I've always been a mountain guy. So if and when I go back, how can I keep this from happening again? But most importantly, because this has happened once, am I more likely to have HAPE strike twice?
You are more likely, and unfortunately, it does put you in a category of being more at risk of getting this in future events. So, acclimating is important. Again, that climb high, sleep low. Taking that medication is probably something called acetazolamide that you take with you, or Diamox. That's a great medicine for prevention if you need it. And then just going slowly. The problem is, a lot of people, you have the same story that's very typical. I was climbing high. I felt exhausted. I thought it was because I was exerting myself, but it's not.
No, cautionary tale.
Indeed.
We've got Dylan around the corner. She's got something for you.
You got a baby on the way, honey bunch, and we want to make sure you're well taken care of. Congratulations!
This is
my
fantastic.
gosh.
Thank you so much.
You're expecting a little girl when?
Eleanor May is due on May 22nd.
Congratulations, Olivia. Look at this.
Olivia's
beautiful
very excited.
family.
She's watching right now. I haven't officially met Eleanor, but I'm told she can recognize my voice. So all I'll say is, Ellie, if you can please wait for Dad to come home before introducing yourself to the world, we would all appreciate it.
Can't you crowbar the name Eric somewhere in that name? Because I think your uncle needs a little extra.
Absolutely. Lots of love for Uncle Eric.
Oh, that was awesome.
How about that?
Erica.
Just saying.
You can
Ellie,
have two
do you
middle
like
names.
it? Yeah.
Olivia and I will be discussing very soon.
Yes, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
We're happy you're here.
Well.
Thanks. We are back, 8:36, with some very, very welcome news for football fans.
Get excited when you hear that music. The NFL season's going to start soon. 119 days, but he's counting. Right now, we get some exclusive announcements. Two of the season's most anticipated matchups, including the key kickoff game.
Here to help us do the honors, the play-by-play, the voice of Sunday Night Football, Mike Tirico. Mike, everyone wants to know, what's the kickoff?
Let's go.
What's the first game? Help us.
Well, we know one thing. It's always Kansas City.
Okay.
Because they're the champs. So it's always the champs.
Right.
So we're in Kansas City, and playing the Chiefs will be the Detroit Lions.
Ooh. Wow.
Which is a big, big story. Chiefs, Lions, the opening game of the NFL season, Thursday, September 7th on NBC and, of course, on Peacock. The Chiefs, we know. They're the champs.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So
what about the Lions?
They're the team that everybody knows. The Lions, very different story. Top 5 offense.
Yeah.
Won 8 of the last 10 games last year.
Took down the Packers.
You know, there's always a hot team. People say, hey, who's the team everybody's talking about?
Yeah.
It's the Lions this
Really?
year. So we'll get to see them the opening night to find out if it's real or not.
What a show of respect from the NFL to give Detroit that opening game.
Very much so. Very much so. We're going to find out if all the hype is for real.
Okay, what about, we've got a second game to announce as well.
Hit it.
We do. The second game, this is going to be later on in the season, in October, and it's going to be the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. So those teams
boy.
great in the 80s, great in the 90s, one of the best rivalries in the National Football League, and we'll have it October 8th, Week 5, in Santa Clara, out in the Bay Area, Cowboys and 49ers.
Now, isn't this a grudge match because it's the Niners who got the Cowboys out of the playoffs?
I love when she tells me sports
What?
stuff.
You know what? But you don't. Wait. Do you remember when
She
she
read her
dressed up
notes.
like a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader?
Oh, yeah, remember that?
No,
Oh.
she knows.
Hard
the Cowboys.
hard to forget, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, the last 2 years, the Cowboys season has come to an end with losses to the 49ers in the playoffs. If Dallas wants to get to the Super Bowl, it's been over a quarter century, got to beat Philadelphia, got to beat San Francisco. This will be a huge game for them.
And they're
this year.
close. They've had 12 wins the last 2 seasons, 1 playoff win. Now, the Niners did number 1 defense last year. What did they do in the offseason? Offense looks good. Is there strength there on both sides?
They might be the best team in the NFC, if not the NFL. But their quarterbacks were hurt last year. You know, they got down to their 3rd quarterback. Nick Bosa, and this defense is outstanding. He's the defensive player of the year last year. Dallas actually has the number 2 defensive player of the year from last year, Micah Parsons. So great defenses, really good offenses. Question with the 49ers, their quarterback, Brock Purdy, the last pick in last year's draft, played well. Can he stay healthy? Will he be healthy for the season? That's what we're going to watch when we get closer to week 5.
We're saying the same thing in Vegas about Jimmy G.
I know. Well,
similar thing there for my
Raiders.
Raiders.
You work the Raiders in there somehow?
Always. I was going to ask real quick about the Saints.
The Saints are going to have a long hill to climb this year.
Okay, that's
but
enough of that.
Here's the beauty of Sunday Night Football.
What?
We can flex into games, so the Saints can play their way onto the schedule. Maybe they'll be on the schedule.
You don't know.
We don't know yet.
When do we know about the rest of the schedule?
That is later tonight. The entire NFL schedule gets announced later tonight.
And you'll find out where you're spending your whole fall.
Restaurant reservations to be made, hotel plans, travel plans. We find it all out, so a lot of folks know when Sunday Night Football comes to
Well,
their
if we're
town.
doing this, what about my Eagles?
Well, they're the NFC champs, right?
Yeah,
So
they
they're
are.
going to be good again. Absolutely will be on the Sunday Night Football schedule, but we'll find out tonight.
Okay.
All right.
See how Detroit
Thanks,
does in that
Rico.
opening game, too. They're favored for the NFC
Cool.
North.
Okay.
Mike, thanks so much again.
Thank you.
That big reveals tonight, 2023. It's the schedule release show, 8 p.m. Eastern. We'll make it official NFL Network, NFL Plus, and, of course, Peacock.
All right, Jenna's back. She's joining us. An inspiring story of a mom who's risen above an unimaginable loss.
Yes.
Hey, Jenna.
Oh my gosh, she's amazing. She's a mother of 5, a widow, and now the leader of 2 of the most renowned hotel properties in the country. Mary Celeste Bell has learned to turn her pain into hope while living her husband's dream without him.
As the sun rises in the Tennessee Smoky Mountains, the staff at Blackberry Mountain are already hard at work, and the visitors just starting to stir. At the helm of it all, Mary Celeste Bell, in a role she never dreamed would be hers.
You say that Blackberry Mountain healed you in many ways. How so?
Sam and I had dreamed about Blackberry Mountain for years, bringing his vision to life and making sure that we were doing everything that we wanted to do and that he dreamed of has been just an incredible journey.
You met Sam in high school. Do you remember your first impressions of him?
He, of course, was great looking. He was warm and friendly and fun, and he had kind of a magnetism to him.
That magnetism naturally drew people to Sam, his colleagues, his guests, and his children. At 26, Sam Bell began running Blackberry Farm, a property owned by his parents. Once he turned that resort into a world-renowned culinary destination, he set his eyes to the mountains.
He loved getting out and exploring. He loved to hike. I mean, Blackberry Mountain, he hiked and biked every inch of it. He loved blazing a trail. He was kind of fearless.
When Sam died in a tragic ski accident in 2016, he left his wife with 5 children, 5,200 acres of uncharted land, and a dream.
There was just immediate talking of like, how are we going to do this? And so I found myself over those days, over and over, just saying, I know we're going to be okay.
The Bell family decided Mary Celeste should be the one to bring Sam's dream to fruition, and she did just that.
But that also must have been slightly daunting. I mean, you have 5 children. You were very young. You were in your 30s. Were you scared?
I wasn't scared. It was really so healing to have to get up and get dressed and show up somewhere.
Yes.
And I wasn't always on time. Still am not very good at that. But have adult conversations and not be dwelling on what we're losing. But the other thing that was so amazing is that it was such a connection to Sam.
7 years later, Mary Celeste oversees 1,200 employees and is involved in the day-to-day business at both Blackberry Farm and Blackberry Mountain, all while raising her children who range in age from 10 years old to 25 years old.
What would they say about their dad?
They would say that he loved them, that he was committed and passionate about things he loved. But I think they would say that they miss him and they wish he was here. But they know how special it was to have him for the time they did.
And they appreciate that.
Yeah.
With Blackberry Mountain thriving, Mary Celeste has a new goal: to change the conversation around grief.
Loss is universal, and there's no universal conversation about it.
You say that there is hope after healing. There is some beautiful light that comes.
Well, I think that difficult times give you perspective, and there is hope, and you just have to appreciate every day.
A guest actually gave you a really important book that I know has been sort of a safe haven for you. And then you gave one to me when I lost my grandparents who you knew I loved.
The book is called Healing After Loss by Martha Hickman.
Even if I could, I will not forget my pain. I will honor it. It is part of who I am.
Do you feel that way about your pain too?
I feel so fortunate to have lived the life that I've lived. And loving someone so much that you miss them so much is a gift. But I also think that at some point you have to let go. And so I am letting go of my pain. I want to celebrate what I had, and I also want to live on.
Isn't she?
Wow.
She's
remarkable.
She's remarkable. That's
Crazy.
incredible. And the lessons learned.
Yeah, she says, you know, there isn't a conversation. Like, we're scared to cry.
Yeah.
We're scared to grieve. And she would always tell her kids, cry.
Yeah.
That means you loved him.
Yes.
That means you miss him. And that's okay. And I think she really will be focused in the next couple of years on working on a national conversation around grief.
But we were just talking about moms and what they show, not tell.
Yes.
Imagine the life lessons that she's shown to her
And you know
5
what?
kids.
She stood up at his funeral and said she may want to talk. She didn't know, but she stood up and she was just called to speak and gave a eulogy. And her father-in-law, when they walked out, said, Mary Celeste, I think you need to run these properties. And she said it's the job that she never wanted, but she's just doing it beautifully.
Wow.
She built it all on her own in his honor.
Wow.
You're going to sell a few copies of that book today?
Yeah.
Yes.
I could use that book after my parents died. When you're grieving, you need something to turn to, like daily meditations or something.
Yeah.
I was. She just gave that to me with a beautiful note and said, "It's okay to."
Is it amazing?
Okay, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'll pass it on to you.
Thank you.
Jenna, thank you. That's beautiful.
Great
Beautiful
piece.
piece.
are the pioneer and inventor of Steals and Deals. What do we got today?
Okay, so I'm really excited because today is if you're traveling, you just need some pick-me-up, some refresh. We have everything for you. So you know the QR code, bottom of the screen, scan it. And I just want to say some of these products we've had on before and they've sold out quickly.
Okay.
So get your fingers ready. Okay, the first one, the Kitsch Satin Sleep Bundle, the retail price, $45. Now, I use a satin pillow. Do you use a satin pillowcase?
I want to.
Yeah, I understand that sentiment.
Yes. I believe in it.
This is why I believe in it. First of all, the brand says, well, let me tell you what you get. You get the satin pillowcase, you get 5 scrunchies, and you get the eye mask. So scrunchies, I don't even have to talk about. Fabulous. They don't wrinkle your hair. The retail price is $45 for the set. I love an eye mask, but this will help when you put your head on the pillow with your hair, with defrizzing. It's great for your skin.
So maybe you don't have to wash it every single day is the theory.
Absolutely.
It just does, but it can help your blowout last longer.
So, and the deal price is $22 with free shipping for the entire
For all of it.
entire
And 5
set.
scrunchies.
Yeah, you gotta love a scrunchie.
Love that.
51%
You can put your hair
off.
back in a scrunchie and lay on your satin pillow.
And I've always loved a scrunchie. People thought they went out, they came back. They're
No,
back.
they're never out.
Okay, so Christian Siriano sunglasses, the retail $139, and you always say this. You do you. The face shape, what you're supposed to wear. In Steals and Deals, we like you to get something that you wouldn't normally wear in a shape that you would say, I've wanted to try that. So what's great about these, you'll get 1 pair of sunglasses. It comes with a hard carry case, so you could just throw it in your bag. 100% UVA B protection. The retail price is $139. The deal price is $18.
Okay.
87% off. That's your cat eye.
I wear my sunglasses. It's a theme today, Jilly. I don't know if you were here earlier.
I love it. I don't, but I like the singing.
Well, you get it at home.
Okay, so listening. Cove Audio Noise Canceling Bluetooth headphones. The retail $225. These are silence outside noise and have a 33-foot wireless range and up to 32 hours of playback.
Oh.
So the ear cushions are memory foam to help keep your ears comfortable. Great for travel, USB rechargeable, built-in microphone so you can take calls. And you look very cool.
What?
Very good.
I'm sorry, it's canceling the noise. What?
That's Al, if you're watching, that's definitely an Al Roker joke.
I know.
Retail $225, the deal price $49 with free shipping, 78% off.
Okay.
These sold out last time. Small company, super jazzed about these. The Funky Tree Solar Wireless Power Bank, retail $129.99. What's so cool about this is solar charging on one side, or you can charge it on the other side. So if you're in a place that you can't charge it up, it will charge by solar. It has 2 USB ports. You could charge 4 things at one time. It's waterproof and weatherproof.
Wow, that'd be great for like a camping trip or something.
Is that great? The retail is $129.99, and it's not so heavy for everything that it does. The deal price is $29, and that's 78%
And you
off.
just
So
put
you
your
just
phone
put
right
your
on
phone
it?
on, and it's done. And again, solar and charging, which is awesome.
That's neat.
Okay, the travel bag collection. I emptied this one for you so you can see
I
the
like to see.
organization.
Oh, yeah, it's like a wallet.
This is so great. The retail $88 to $298. So whether you're traveling near or far, all different sizes, cosmetic bag, weekender, wallet. The brand says all bags are made with plush, water-resistant nylon exterior, and the pockets inside are key. You know, I love organization. So these will fit all of these, whichever you get.
Even the black one has a cute interior color.
Lining, which I like. I think you should open and see pretty and really organized. So the deal price, $35 to $119, up to 60% off. So if you have a bunch of bags and you're like, they're all meh, I want to upgrade them for travel. This is great, great colors, and also great color blocking. There's camo, fun colors.
I like the yellow, cute.
Okay, so then the obvious, you need a suitcase if you're going on a trip, and this is the 20-inch rolling carry-on. I love to pack in a carry-on. I think anywhere you're going, you should be able to pack in a carry-on. $165. It has the 364 wheel system spin, fun colors. The retail $165. The deal $60. That is 64% off. And you see, I'll get the shot. You see that it has this, so it's when you're walking, you don't have to be,
We're walking. Yes, I like it.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay, cool. Should we go through the products one more time?
I would love to. The Kitsch Satin Sleep Bundle, the Christian Siriano sunglasses, the Cove Audio Noise Canceling Bluetooth headphones, the Funky Tree Solar Wireless Power Bank, the Shorty Love Travel Bag Collection, and the Travelers Club Luggage Carry-On.
Okay, and if we want to start shopping right now, go to the QR code. You can also go to today.com/
deals.
Yes.
Okay.
Travel.
There are even more exclusives there. Can you believe it? And just so you know, Today does make a commission for purchases made through the links on our website. Jilly, thank you so much. Let's go somewhere fun.
Yes.
Somewhere warm and exciting.
Yes.
Let's pack our bags. We're back with much more on a Thursday morning, but first a check of your local news, your weather, and these messages.
This morning on the third hour of Today, two major medical stories. First, a historic move that could clear the way for over-the-counter birth control. What happens next and when it could be available. Plus, the news people with peanut allergies have waited years to hear. The promising new skin patch that some are hoping could be a game changer. Then, a health scare close to home.
I'm having to stop every 50 yards just to catch my breath.
Our own NBC correspondent, Morgan Chesky, opens up about the hiking trip that ended in the hospital and how he's doing today. And the White Lotus star, Haley Lou Richardson, is live to talk about the hit show and her Jonas Brothers super fandom. That's all ahead today, Thursday, May 11th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Dylan, and we have a very special treat today.
I like being a treat.
One of our favorite people on the planet on this Thursday, Harry Smith, is here.
morning, good
I mean,
morning.
that's so sincere. You know that.
We're pals.
He's like one of my favorite people.
We have a
Harry
history.
is sitting in for Craig while on assignment. Al is recovering from his knee surgery, but he is doing just fine.
Seen the video.
Love his
he's been
updates.
posting updates. He's
Right?
up. He's walking.
Oh, that's old. That's
I know.
Right?
His wife, first of all, is a champ.
Yes, no
Deborah
question.
she is just.
there we go.
Did you
Wife
see the
of the
video
year.
Al posted? And it was,
In
we
honor
need to
of
stop
Deborah.
meeting like this. And it goes over the course of his surgeries over the last several years, and she's always right there smiling.
She's right there by his side.
Phenomenal.
So we're going to check in with Al pretty soon, but he's doing just fine.
We're going to stick with the medical theme this morning because we have two big health headlines to talk about. For anyone who suffers from a peanut allergy, there's a new skin patch that is showing promise in alleviating that allergy. That's huge.
It's a very big deal when you have peanut allergies in the home like I do. But we begin with a move that could clear the way for birth control to be available now over the counter for the first time. An FDA panel unanimously approved a recommendation to make the contraceptive O-pill available without a prescription. So let's bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar. She's here to walk us through both of these stories. So let's start with the O-pill. Good morning to you. Tell us about this medication and how the panel arrived at this decision after all of these years.
Okay, so O-pill is progestin only. For a lot of women out there, they're probably familiar with combination oral contraceptives that also contain estrogen. Estrogen is usually the thing that is the culprit with more severe side effects.
Okay.
O-pill has been available by prescription since the early 1970s. So the FDA was basically asked to look at two different things. Would a woman be able to safely and effectively take this medication without the assistance of a healthcare provider? And secondly, would she be able to correctly identify herself as someone who may not be a candidate for this medication, with the number one contraindication really being a history of breast cancer?
So what would the next steps be? If this is approved, it's on the shelves. I mean, can anyone just go in and buy it? Would there be rules to who can buy it? And would insurance cover it?
Right. So there is no age restriction. This is indicated for any woman who is of childbearing potential. What the expectation is that the final decision, remember this was an advisory committee to the FDA, that the final decision would happen sometime over the summer. The presumption, given that it was a unanimous yes yesterday, is that it would be available within a couple of weeks on store shelves. Regarding cost, we don't know yet, but we're hoping, of course, that it will be priced equitably. One of the biggest things here is improving access, not even just reducing unintended pregnancies, but we want people to be able to access it. The drug company has also said that they will hope to provide consumer assistance as well.
One of the things you said earlier, I heard you talk about, there are places in this country where it's very difficult for women to get adequate medical care. This could be a game changer.
It really could. And, you know, there was a lot of testimony from women, and I think that was very persuasive that the FDA was listening to, not just adolescents, who, by the way, are probably some of the biggest consumers of current over-the-counter contraception, which is not nearly nearly as effective as birth control pill. But there's a real need out there. Not everyone just can pick up the phone and make an appointment with their GYN. They don't even have consistent healthcare providers.
All right, we're going to make a big pivot here.
Yes, big
kids. You have kids with peanut allergies.
Two of my kids have peanut allergies.
Right?
Do they?
Yeah. Carry EpiPens. It's like a whole thing.
And you just never know. Like, you know, you worry they're going to go to a restaurant and have something, which happened to us once. Or, you know, you go to a summer camp. You know, so what's the latest here?
So this is what makes this story so exceptional. Yes, so many kids, about 2% of children have a peanut allergy in this country. It's the most common food allergy. Why is this different than the currently available pill for kids 4 and up? Well, they did this study in young ones between 1 and 3. It's a really great time to intervene to remove or eliminate allergy. And it's basically a patch. It contains the amount of protein in the protein of a peanut, the equivalent of about 1/1000th of a peanut kernel. The kids wear this patch on their back. You change it every 24 hours. And after 12 months, they found that children, 2/3 who got this patch, were able to tolerate the equivalent of 1 to 4 peanuts. Now you could say, well, wait a second, that doesn't sound great. They can
No, it sounds like a dream to me because they can spit it out.
Exactly. But to your point, Chanel, I know, I mean, one of my best friend's kids had a peanut allergy. They were so afraid of any exposure, like contamination, if something was made with peanuts.
Getting on an airplane.
This basically would increases your tolerance to the peanut, and also the reactions they did see were significantly less.
So then is it only for little kids? I mean, if you're 42 and you have a peanut allergy.
Well, so it should theoretically still work, but again, there is this lovely window of opportunity before, your immune system is a little bit more plastic at this age. And so they're basically saying, look, we're going to narrow the window that these kids and families have to live with this constant fear. So the FDA it's not going to be approved, I think, this year.
Okay.
The FDA is asking for a little bit more safety data, which, more power to them.
Huge.
But I have an expectation that it will certainly be approved, and one day, families with peanut allergy can feel a little bit more confident going, and letting their kids go to camp and doing all these things.
Please, trick-or-treating. My kids go, trick-or-treat, I'm allergic to nuts. Trick-or-treat, I'm allergic to nuts.
See, I know, it affects your whole life, right?
That was great.
Chanel.
I know. Good stuff today. All right, Dr.
Thank you
Azar,
so much. Okay, well, we do want to try something new here. Okay. Harry, in case you didn't know, we certainly love to snack here on the third
Part of the reason
today,
I'm
right?
here.
And you were hoping for some food. We never need an excuse, but we've got one this morning. And today is National Eat What You Want Day. So it's the perfect morning to sample a new treat. Entenmann's has made their iconic donuts and cookies into an ice cream sandwich.
There are a lot of good ideas in the world. This sounds like a really good idea.
This is a really good idea. You can find it at Walmart, and we've got a few here. So we've got the cookie ones, and
we'll try
I guess
Did they glue them?
I know, you never know.
Everything's glued.
I feel like every morning I wake up. Yeah, you try that one.
Okay.
So every morning
you want the donut.
I'm gonna do
There's
this one.
brownie cookie salted caramel.
that's the donut.
There's chocolate chip and brownie cookie.
That's good.
And there's chocolatey glazed cookie donut.
That's
And it's
delightful.
breakfast.
Yeah, happy eating.
And I think you can tell a lot about a person about how they eat an ice cream sandwich. You just bite
You
right
just
in.
bit right into it.
Why? What's wrong with that?
Oh, you lick
Well,
on the
I
side.
did what Dylan did. You get
Yeah.
around the edges first to make it smaller.
And then you make a mess.
I did it like
There you
Harry
go.
did it.
Right?
Not doing much better.
Happy National Eat What You Want Day. Okay, so it's a good morning to have both of you guys here because have you guys seen? There's a video that's going viral that caught my attention. It's a demo and it shows you a different way to tie a tie. Look at this because we can only play it a couple times. So we brought in. You put it on your arm.
Okay.
And so it apparently,
this is how you
watch
tie your
this.
tie?
You pull it up, and it creates a tie. Right? So I tried it yesterday. I walked around our studio
To see if people could do it.
to see if people can do it.
I saw this. I saw this within the last couple of months, and I thought that looks so hard.
You know what?
You did
Can I
that?
tell you the only person yesterday who got it on their first try?
I did.
Dr. Natalie Azar.
You were
You're the only one. You're the only one
Okay.
who got it.
So I used to work in a men's
we go.
clothing
Okay.
store.
Wait, did you just do it?
There we go.
What?
Dylan. I've never tried
I'm not
a tie
even.
before.
I haven't tried it. Okay.
How's that?
Did you just do it?
Wow, good
No,
job.
no, it's a.
No, you
it's a
can't do
hack.
it your way. Do it this way.
Have you done it right yet, Chanel?
No, I've never even tried it. But you did it. Natalie looked at it and then just pulled it right up.
And you called me a genius.
Here we go.
Are.
I think I'm a little backwards.
Okay.
Oh boy.
You want to see the real hack?
Yeah, let's see.
So worked in a men's clothing store 100 years ago.
Show
You just
America
do this.
which way, that way.
Do this.
All right.
Pull it through like this.
Is that right?
Oh.
Look at that.
Is that really right?
Does that look
It's
right?
perfect.
That doesn't
then it
look
goes
right.
right
Is
around
that
the
how you
neck.
tie
It
yours?
actually does look right.
Huh?
Is that how you tie yours?
No, you do it like a human being. I don't know.
Like a human being. That's funny. You know what? Kudos to them. Like the fact that you two lovely ladies just got it immediately.
Well,
of course, you could do it in your sleep.
We like to be told what to do, so you follow the instructions.
We're good rule followers. No one else in the building
Following
can do it.
directions.
All right.
Especially me.
You try it at home. Just go steal somebody's time.
All right,
coming up, an important health alert for those who love getting out into nature. NBC reporter Morgan Chesky is with us this morning to tell us about his own health scare during a hiking trip. It's
Really
a big
huge,
important
big
story. And then later, look who's here. Haley Lou Richardson is live to talk about the White Lotus and her dream job working with the Jonas Brothers. Ah, yes.
Big tease.
We'll be right back.
Big tease.
I looked over, I'm like, oh.
We are back this morning with a health warning for anyone planning a trip out in nature, especially a hike in the mountains.
Have you ever heard of HAPE? It stands for High Altitude Pulmonary Edema, a severe illness that recently sent NBC correspondent Morgan Chesky to the ICU. That happened during an April hiking trip in Utah. Morgan was short of breath, tiring quickly, and fortunately, his Uncle Eric noticed.
You were the guy trying to drive the train and get us up and out early.
Right.
And you were the last guy Saturday morning. And I yelled for you. I said, Morgan, get it going. Let's go. And then you appeared and I flipped my switch. And from that moment on, the game changed.
Morgan is here to tell us more about this epic story. Also here this morning, NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
You are in super shape. You have hiked plenty in your life.
Right.
Tell us more about what exactly transpired, because this should have been routine.
Absolutely. And Harry, you know, growing up in Boy Scouts, you go out on hikes, backpacking. I've gone on solo trips just a few years ago, above 10,000 feet. So when I look at the hikes I'm tackling here, Bryce at 9,000, Zion at 6,000 to 7,000. I'm initially thinking I'm not too concerned. We fly in the next morning, we hit the trail at Bryce, and by the end of the day, I realized I wasn't quite able to keep up with the rest of the group, which is incredibly frustrating. These are my best friends on this trip, and that night I started developing a fever and some chills. The next morning is when Eric saw me, and Zion was this huge part of the trip. I'm thinking, hey, a little coffee, some over-the-counter medication, I'll be fine.
Right.
And I was not. I essentially burned all my energy just getting to this incredible viewpoint, at which point I had to sit down, catch my breath. I felt lightheaded, and I still had 4.5 miles to get out of there.
Right.
And at one point, that's when Eric grabs my pack, and from there, it just became significantly worse. Fortunately, I took a COVID test. It came back negative. I don't know what's wrong with me. That's when we made the call to go to a clinic. They tested my oxygen. It came back incredibly low, and that's how I ended up in ICU. The whole thing seems surreal still.
It's scary to think. I mean, had you ever had high altitude sickness before? And there's no question, people watching right now, there are people who hike all the time.
Right.
What were you told? I mean, can this just happen, or?
I asked the doctor treating me, from the hospital bed, I said, hey, I've been on hikes before. Why now? He goes, we don't really know. He goes, I look at your itinerary here. You went from Dallas to elevation, and you're on a trail within 24 hours. He goes, that is a big red flag for me, because with HAPE, it's about rapidly ascending elevation. Had I been there for a day or two, could have been a totally different story. But I'm thinking, hey, this is an incredible trip. We have to pack in as much as we can, and having never had issues before, I didn't think twice.
Right.
Let's bring in Dr. John here, because, he listed a lot of symptoms he had while he was up there. Is there any symptoms he could have known beforehand that this is something he would be susceptible to?
And you know what he's talking about is very typical, and we see this in Colorado a lot because people come from sea level to Colorado and decide to go high up in the mountains, and then they come back down and they're not feeling very good. But what you hear universally from them is, I thought I was just exhausted because we're climbing up and it's higher altitude, so I didn't think much about it. The more I went, the more problems I had. And there's actually a saying, it's climb high, sleep low. And what that means is, in order to acclimate, you can go ahead and climb high during the day, but then come back down to lower altitude and sleep, because if you don't get that low altitude sleep, that keeps you at that level where you're more susceptible to it. There's no rhyme or reason to this. We can't figure out person to person who might be getting this. It doesn't matter if you're underweight, overweight, regular weight. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're in shape, not in shape. We don't know. Having a cold or something like that, which it sounds like you might have had, could make you more predisposed to this.
Yeah. Can I just ask a question? Because I'm a 12-year person who lived in Colorado, climbed the 14ers like you have, everything else. I find now if I go to Denver, stay there, then go up, I don't tend to have
and that's that acclimation. You want to acclimate because Denver's at 5,280 feet. It's at a mile. And so then if you go from there to 8,000 feet, that's the level that we get worried about above that. So if you get to 8, 9, 10,000 feet, but you stayed a day or two at 5,000 feet, then you're going to acclimate a lot slower, or a lot easier and a lot better.
And so, Doc, I definitely want to be able to go to the mountains again. What's the game plan going forward? And I did hear, now that I've had HAPE once, I'm more likely to develop it in the future, which frankly is kind of frustrating.
Right, and that would be very frustrating. But yes, once you've had it once, your body has proven that it can happen to you. There is a genetic component to this, so it is possibly happening, something that follows you through your family, but we don't know why, or we don't know what that genetic component is, but it does make you more susceptible to it. So a couple things. One, make sure you acclimate, do that climb high, sleep low type of thing. And there's medicines you can take with you that you can either take beforehand that could help prevent it, or you could take if it's starting to happen. But you're more aware now of these things, and so if it happens, you know to get down in altitude, which is the original cure for this.
Right, and going back home to Dallas, I can't stress enough how much better I felt almost immediately because I was low.
And you've got a daughter on the way, so I'm sure
I do.
Congratulations.
Eleanor May 22nd. Hopefully not within 24 hours. So yeah.
Home is where you need to be right now.
Absolutely. Good to be here.
We're happy
so glad you're here.
Fantastic.
Good to see you.
Well done.
Absolutely. No more scares from you.
Agreed.
All right, up next, Haley Lou Richardson is here with us this morning. We're going to talk the White Lotus, her very exciting new gig, and we're going to ask her what is happening in this picture. We're going to talk about that coming up. And then later, they're your friends. They are your friends. And then later in our series, I Heart Mom, an influencer who is giving kids hope and showing moms a lot of love. We'll be right back.
Will you? Somehow I feel I'm on a roller coaster ride.
No, it's going to be fine. Don't get off. It's going to be just fine. No, it's going to be fine. Roller coasters are
This morning, we are catching up with one of the standout stars of the show that had everyone talking, The White Lotus.
So good. Haley Lou Richardson played Portia on season 2, which followed the drama, mystery, and complex relationships of guests at an Italian resort.
Well, Haley is here to dish on the show, and we're also very excited because she is here to announce a very special new gig. We'll get to that in a second, but good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks.
Okay,
Do you say thanks when people say
I don't know. Thank you.
So we kind of have a new role that we sort of created here, I think specifically for you.
Yeah.
Tell us about
I'm
this
working
new
here
gig.
now, I guess, for tomorrow at least. I'm going to be the
correspondent?
Yes.
The Jonas Brothers official?
Oh, say it with intention. Come
the
on.
official Jonas Brothers Today Show correspondent for Friday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And what does that entail?
Oh, you have a vlog?
I love that. I really deserve that. What it entails?
Yeah. Just being you.
Being there, going to their concert tomorrow.
So just fangirling.
Yeah, trying to like just be functional and not cry and pee my pants.
That's
around
great.
it. So yeah, wish me luck.
We have a vetting process here at NBC, a very serious vetting process for correspondents. You have a very long history with the Jonas Brothers.
Yes.
Met them when you were just a wee child.
Yeah, 12 years old.
Have gone to many, many, many of their concerts.
Yeah.
Right?
I think this is going to be like close to 15.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And by the way, we're in their last video, were you not?
I definitely was.
See,
Wait,
huh?
Yeah, I'm the Jonas
video.
Brothers music video star.
Wait, is this it?
That's me.
How did this happen here? Did they just know you're a fan and they were like, do you want to be in our video?
I think, yes. I think that's what happened. But that's me.
Are you going to wear that tomorrow on the Today Show as a correspondent?
Oh, no, I'm wearing an official. I'm dressing in black. I'm wearing trousers.
Not trousers.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to play a game.
Like pick up your
Oh, well.
So black trousers.
They're thin trousers.
Okay,
but this
pick up
is
your
important.
paddles.
Okay, what are
All right,
these?
so this game, it's called Which Jonas Brothers?
Okay.
So we're going to ask you a question, and you tell us
How do I choose?
which brother.
This is to prove your worth as a future correspondent.
Okay, are you
The
ready?
deal's not done. Ink is done.
This is my audition.
All right, here we
Okay,
go.
my final audition.
Well, here's your first one. Which Jonas brother would your White Lotus character Portia have fallen for? Portia.
I think Portia would have fallen for Joe.
Bum, 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 bum. And why is that?
Because.
Just because.
Just because.
You want to do the next one, Dill?
Okay. The next one. Which Jonas brother would you like to sing a duet with?
Oh.
I don't know how you
This could
decide.
actually happen.
Honestly, I think I have kind of a low voice, and I know he has the falsetto, as they say. So maybe that would be a nice harmony.
I love the thought you're giving.
Can you sing?
No. My singing is just like this.
Oh, okay.
Mine too.
Yeah.
Which one should have a role in another season of White Lotus?
Ooh.
I think Kevin would shine.
Okay.
Did you say he would shine?
I think he would shine. Yeah, I think he would shine.
I think Kevin would appreciate that. Yeah. Oh, here's a good one. Which Jonas brother would rock one of your crocheted hats? Do you crochet?
I do
Yes, we love
crochet,
that
and
one.
I
that's
think
right.
they all would. I think that Joe does dress very eclectically. So I would say a crocheted bucket hat would be. Yeah, that hat would look great on Joe.
do
And
know
you take
your
a picture
stuff.
just like
Lord.
that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I can't.
That one would be great on Kevin, I think.
So you can make a hat for each one.
Yes, I think,
Well, I'm sure
yeah.
you already have.
I love it.
The question is, do you put the hats on the cardboard cutouts that you have sitting in your living room?
Wait,
But I
what?
should to model and to sell them on my Etsy account. I should model them on
Why
my
do
friends.
you have so many cardboard cutouts?
I am not too sure.
Wait, which ones are real and which ones are they all?
Well, they're
those are
all
cardboard.
cutouts, yeah.
Okay.
And then I have a little mini Miley and Susan Boyle. Susan's my favorite. I have to
just give you cutouts because they know.
Yes, all of these. I've not bought a single cutout. Everyone I have been
That's good to
given.
know.
And where
That's
do you
good to
keep
know.
Yeah, it is important to know. Yeah.
Where do you keep them?
I keep them in my guest bedroom.
Because they're your guests.
Because they're my guests.
Oh, that's funny.
Isn't that genius?
You are so much fun.
You're fun.
I really think, having you as our Jonas Brothers
I can't
correspondent,
wait.
Like,
Yeah.
it was just the exact thing you needed next.
the exact thing I needed.
Yes.
I agree.
And versus last visit, when you couldn't talk about the end of
Oh,
White
that's
Lotus.
right.
Now you
yeah,
could,
I can
but
say
we don't want to
everything.
talk about it anymore because everybody knows how it
Okay,
turned
yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Tanya died.
There you go.
Oh, no.
Just in case. Spoiler alert.
I love it. You are a delight.
Thank
I
you
can't
so
wait
much.
for tomorrow.
Thanks.
you.
Honestly, I'm really nervous. Like, I've actually had. Well, because it's the Jonas Brothers. It's live.
I thought she was going to say
I
because
think
it's
you
the
use
Today
humor
Show.
to get through being nervous. So
I definitely
think
do.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm glad that you can tell
Yes.
that.
So be sure to tune in tomorrow for the kickoff of our City Concert Series with the Jonas Brothers. And be sure to check out Haley's reporting all morning long. And a reminder that all episodes of The White Lotus Season 2, they're available to stream on HBO Max.
I'm so excited.
Me too.
I can't wait.
Yay,
Okay.
correspondence.
When we come back, an influencer who is motivating his millions of followers and showing them the power of a mom's love. I actually sent my son one of his videos, not realizing that we were going to talk about him today, so it all works out. And then later, actor Malin Ackerman is here to to tell us how she is fighting for our kids with a very important cause. I was complimenting her on her dress this morning. Isn't it lovely?
So beautiful.
We'll be right back.
Hi.
This morning in our series, I Heart Mom, an impressive influencer who is inspiring and empowering his millions of followers. Jordan Thomas shows kids what's possible by sharing how he overcame his own self-doubts and challenges. And Jordan never forgets who was right there by his side the whole time, his mom.
My whole life through school was hard, and I never believed in myself.
Jordan Thoma's social media platform, I'm Just a Kid with an IEP, has nearly 3 million followers.
All of you guys that are here today that sit in the back and don't want to be noticed, I want you to sit in the front.
He's living out his dream, helping students to believe in themselves.
It's never about the grades that you get. It's how hard you work and who you become to get the grade.
Growing up in New Jersey, Jordan says life felt like a roller coaster ride. He didn't fit in and didn't make the grade.
My ADHD, I'm dyslexic, my reading comprehension, all that was really, really hard for me, and I couldn't sit still. I couldn't just focus, and I really didn't know where to start. And then the other side of that was how I saw myself, and all of that kind of just made me feel so different and feel like I just can't make it like everyone else.
Despite school programs to help, Jordan struggled in and out of the classroom. But one person, his mom Debbie, never gave up on him.
I knew as a mom he was suffering inside. One time I found a note in his drawer that said, God, you gave me many gifts, but you forgot one. You forgot to make me smart. And it kind of broke my heart.
I fought back and I pushed back and I gave my mom a real hard time, but my mom matched my defiance with, I'm gonna keep giving you everything that I have.
As a mom, I knew I just couldn't give up. So no matter how defiant, angry, or sad he was, I had to keep him on track. I had to let him know that I believed in him.
My mom would always tell me, Jordan, you are smart in your own way. You learn differently, right? You have gifts, right? We just gotta uncover them here. But at the time, I didn't believe her.
Eventually, Jordan applied to a local college, started its summer transition program, and something began to click alongside his mom's constant encouragement.
And I remember I was looking at myself in the mirror and then I asked myself, I said, what if my mom is right about me? Like, maybe I should just listen for the first time in my life.
In 2012, he graduated with a degree in psychology, and in time, he became a financial advisor. Then, in 2015, he spoke to students at the same pre-college program he had attended after 12th grade.
But I saw like the kids had like hope in their eyes. I gotta do this. This is what I have to do.
That feeling propelled him to create his platform and encourage kids who struggle with learning or anything else.
The moment where I didn't think I could do it, I started to hear everything my mom told me from when I was a little boy.
And in tribute to his mother's supportive words echoing in his ear, Jordan always tells his audience to celebrate the ones who push you to meet your full potential.
We had a lot of crazy hard times, but you know what? We made it.
And what would come into mind was how much my mom was really the reason why I was even doing this. And then I started to talk about, hey, look at your mom, right? Think about who's believing in you.
Your mom is the only one that won't stop.
If I had listened to every expert that had said to me what Jordan couldn't do or couldn't achieve, we probably wouldn't be sitting here today. Never give in, because we may be public enemy number one to our child today, but tomorrow we'll be their hero. And to me, it's priceless.
Like, I heart my mom. I love my mom. If it wasn't for my mom, I would never be here. You want to become the person that you know you can become? Listen to your mom.
So Jordan is now a father of 2 young kids. He wrote and self-published a book about his experiences. He hands it out at speaking engagements and even makes special deliveries direct to families when his schedule allows. And I said this earlier, I didn't even know I was going to do this story. And I just sent one of these videos to Kyan. I think I posted him about, keeping his doors open, his clothes are everywhere. And the video said something like, is your mom annoying? She really loves you. Like, I just want you, and I was like, send.
Well, it's interesting listening to that, because I have the two perspectives. I think of how my mom supported me through everything I wanted to do in my life, but also now as a mom with my kids, how I would do anything and never stop for them.
Yeah.
So
it
makes a good point.
And it's a good message to moms too. Like, sometimes you want to give up.
100%.
Keep the.
It will register.
No, absolutely.
Right.
It like affirmed me. I'm like,
When we come back, another mom on a mission. Actor Malin Ackerman is here to share an important cause that is very personal to her. And then later on Shop All Day, giddy up, we're bringing cowboy vibes to the beach with everything you need to get ready for summer. We'll be right back.
This morning, we are catching up with a talented actor on an important mission.
Malin, so sorry about that. I missed my cue.
You're fine, Mom.
All morning I'm cooking along here. Malin Ackerman has starred on the big and small screen in hit movies like The Watchmen and in critically acclaimed shows like Billions.
Well, this morning, Malin is here to shine a light on a cause that is very close to her heart. Malin, good morning.
Good morning.
It's so nice to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate you being here. I have spent some time in therapy very positively over a number of years.
Yep.
What is it? What made you think I want to go public about this story?
Well, I'm working with this wonderful organization called OnOurSleeves.org, and they're all about, taking away stigmas around mental health, specifically for children. And growing up, I had a mother, my sweet mother, who has struggled with depression her whole life. And as a young girl, being around it and nobody talking about it, it was really hard to understand what was happening, and she didn't have the words to explain, and nobody wanted to talk about mental health. It was just sort of shameful. So, I've definitely spent a lot of time working on myself, working with my mom, just figuring out sort of our relationship and speaking about what she must have gone through and what it felt like for both of us, and it's brought us so much closer together.
So with this campaign on our sleeves, is it for the young person to talk about maybe an adult in their life, or if they're having trouble, or both?
Yeah, so it's a bit of both. I mean, it's beautiful because you just say, kids don't wear their hearts on their sleeves in the same way when it comes to what they're feeling, or they don't have the words for it. So they're doing this thing called Operation Conversation. And if you go on their website, what I love about this organization is they have all the tools and resources. So if you don't know how to talk to your kids, because we're not always the best mentors, we don't know how to bring up hard conversations.
Right.
So you can go on their website and you can download these conversation pieces that you can have with your kids.
Cool.
And there's lots of different headings of like what you need to be talking about. Some have eating disorders, some have, you know, whatever it is, you can go in and figure out how to have that conversation, which is lovely.
Your son just turned 10 years
Yes.
old, and I feel like, you know, when they're little, you can be open about everything, you can have all these conversations, and then they hit this point where maybe kids close up a little
Sure.
bit, and they're not as open with all of their feelings and emotions. So how do you recommend keeping that dialogue open so that you can always check in and just always have the right things to say?
Sure. I mean, it's different for each kid and each parent. I found that, you know, with boys, there's this thing that they say that men are better at speaking when it's shoulder to shoulder and women are better face to face. So with young boys, they say like maybe when you're in the car or when you're taking a walk or at bedtime is a really great time for me and my son because the lights are off and there's no shame around it and it's really just an open moment. Or at the dinner table, but everyone kind of figures out their own moment. And also giving your child the choice of, hey, you know, do you want to talk about this? And if not now, when's a good time for you?
That's great.
So giving them that power of authority over themselves. But I think, you know, figuring out what it is that needs to be talked about. And if you need some help, that's why this you know, onoursleeves.org is a great place to start and get your resources.
This is a bit of a double. How do you keep your own in check? And do you tell your child then, you know, I've had struggles too?
Absolutely. I think the sharing part of it is really important. That was the thing that I wished as a child, that if I had known what was going on, then I could deal with it, because I thought when my mom went into her depression, I thought it was my fault. I didn't know what was happening. So, you know, just speaking up, and we model so much for our kids, and being okay with emotion and showing them that it's human and it's normal to be angry or to be sad, or that has nothing to do with them, that you're just going through a moment and that they're allowed to have their moments as well and to share them. I think that's such a huge, huge thing. I was really in sort of a survival mode my whole life until recently, where I just thought it's okay to ask for help. It's okay to be vulnerable. And not only is it okay, but it brings everyone together, and you realize that we're all in the same boat. We all struggle with similarities. And when you start leaning into your friends, your girlfriends, your group, whoever it is, it's amazing, the support and you know, the fact that we all have similar issues and we can all just kind of commiserate and find the tools together.
Yep. This felt like a group hug.
I know. We're out of time. We didn't get to talk about the Masked Singer. We're out of time.
Oh, man.
Darn. But well, you were on the Masked Singer.
I was on the Masked Singer, yes. I was.
The squirrel, let the squirrel speak.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, when we come back, we are getting you ready for summer in Shop All Day, including a big discount on some popular swimsuits. We'll be right back.
We are back with Shop All Day. Summer will be here before we know it, so now is a great time to stock up on some must-have
Are you ready?
items.
I can't wait.
I mean, you're going to have so many things to stock up on, Harry. So Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post is here. Remember to scan that QR code right there for a look at some of these products. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's start with the good bathing suit.
Oh my gosh. And yes, we have a very special 30% off. Do you know Somersault, this brand?
Yes, I own some.
Right?
Yes.
No. It is only the most flattering bathing
Really?
suit
Does it suck
on
you in?
earth.
That's
Yes.
what we all want.
Perfect compression, but it's still comfortable. And women across the country of all sizes just rave about how flattering, how great they feel in it.
Okay.
And here they're offering Today Show viewers an exclusive 30% off all of their one pieces. Normally they're $95. Today just $66.50.
Oh.
And this is their best-selling side stroke. We've called this the unicorn of swimsuits because yes, it is just that flattering. And then this is their backflip ruffle, which I mean that's an outfit, right? Throw on a little shorts.
Yeah, you're
but
good to
I
go.
mean, I have a variation of the side stroke, and it is just incredible.
Love it.
So
They do
yay.
fit really well.
Plus the 30% off.
Yes.
Now,
But not everyone likes walking around in a bathing
No.
suit, so we'll cover it up.
Good with these, they're that flattering. But this is an excellent, excellent cover-up. It's one of the best-selling on Amazon, 28,000 ratings, and
soft.
here's why. I mean, it's just effortless summer
easy.
cool, right? You throw it on. This fabric is so light and breathable, and it's really packable. Throw that in your beach bag. Throw it in your carry-on. And I love the silhouette. I mean, it's really easy
Very
to
flattering,
wear.
too.
And under $18. So,
Even
and
better.
59 colors. Oh my gosh.
Flip-flops.
Flip-flops.
We always need a new pair.
I call these
these
the
are really
fancy
pretty.
flip-flop. And these are really an elevated take on our favorite summer slip-ons. And what I love about them is they are in all of the on-trend, you know, it colors,
And they're
the
comfortable?
metallics, the nudes. Yes, feel this little cushioning.
Oh, they're cute.
And rose gold, I actually have this pair, and I call it the new neutral. It goes with everything and gives it a little
cute.
jazz,
Yeah.
right?
I love
and so
that.
these are also under $18. And look at the
I
rhinestone.
know, I like the sparkles.
So fun.
We have a problem for you to solve, though. Now you have all this stuff. What do you schlep it in?
Harry, we've got you covered. So
this is great for
beach bag.
sand.
Yes, this is a mesh beach bag, and it meshes two really useful things. Fashion, because mesh and crochet is a really big trend, right? But function. I mean, could this be more
I
practical?
know, you just shake the sand right out.
Right, and it's waterproof and it's washable and it is so light. You can roll it up and you know throw it in your suitcase or throw it in another bag. But I mean, I love the fun colors, and it's just $16.50.
Oh, wow. Even better.
So there's
such a great bag.
sunblock in your bag, but you really need protection from the sun when you're out and about,
Oh,
Chassie.
we do, but we need protection in style.
So are cowboy hats for the beach?
Yes! Cowboy hats are a huge trend right now, and what I love about them is these are
Too
crushable.
tight?
You've seen those crushable fedoras, right? Well, these are the crushable, packable
Oh, so
Western
you're not gonna ruin
hat.
it. Oh, this is
No.
great. It
And
is
these
actually-
are around
Yippee-yi-ti-yay.
$25, right? And
Don't
trust
finish
me,
that.
all the beach cowboys and cowgirls will be wearing these this summer. In
so
fact,
sweet.
this entire outfit, I think, is
There you go. Put on some
really
Daisy Dukes
cute.
and you're ready to go.
I know. And it gives you really
Okay,
good
6% with that
protection from the sun.
There you go. You're
I
ready for
love
the
it,
beach?
Harry.
I could be in Yellowstone.
That too.
Yeah, you could.
Thank you, Chassie. Yeah, dude, you'd be good in Yellowstone, actually. I think you'd be a good
You have
actor.
the right voice for
All right,
Yes.
partners.
Head to
Let's hit the tree.
today.com/shop to see all of these items. We'll be right back. What was that last
That was spit.
That was just yeah.
Yeah, all right.
These were great.
you know we love you.
Thank you.
Did you know that?
It's
If not,
really
we just
fun.
told you.
Yeah, we just
Always
told you.
fun.
Tomorrow, the third hour, a
Who?
big one.
When?
We are kicking off our series, summer concert series with the Jonas Brothers.
And on Hoda and Jenny, Modern Families, Jesse Tyler Ferguson.
You almost stuck the landing. Yes. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Have a great day.
Good morning, everybody. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods. You deserve to be celebrated. Way to go, Reynolds.
Oh, Al. Al, you're all of our heroes.
Yeah.
Y'all love Al Roker.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. What's shaking, eggs and bacon?
Hold on, I'm just going to say it.
What?
Badass.
Oh, thank you.
So do you think you'll act forever?
Boom. We're going to have lots of fun this morning.
Today, get ready to dish with Jesse Tyler Ferguson. The Modern Family star is serving up a fun new project with his celebrity friends. And from the new FBI drama Class of '09, actress Kate Mara is here. And all hail Queen Bee, Beyonce, kicking off her Renaissance tour in Sweden, and it was epic. We got the music, the fashion, and the must-see moments.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna. It all starts
right now.
Right now. Hi, guys. Happy Thursday. Happy May the 11th. Happy all.
You know what it feels like?
What?
It feels like Friday is just one day away.
It is.
And
You
it
know
also
what?
feels like it's the day after Beyonce opened her world tour. Because everybody is talking about it.
Everybody. Okay, she opened it in Stockholm, Sweden. People are wondering, what's she going to wear? What's it going to be like? Well, everybody has videos and
Yes.
pictures. It's her first show in Europe.
By the way, she did, first of all, her costumes were amazing.
Crazy.
And she did everything. She straddled a disco ball.
Yes, she did.
She rides down, there she is. Wait, no.
Yeah.
There, she rides down the catwalk.
She mounts a flying horse. She does all. Look, there's too many things.
She's
We
in
don't
a
even
pool
know.
box.
By the way,
her
look.
jamming
This is
out.
like a show. This is like a real, full-on, amazing show.
It always fascinates me because when we have to do quick changes, things get out of place. You know,
I know.
like backwards. How do they change? She changed. The fashion in this was incredible.
Insane.
Oh, and we have to just talk because we'd
What?
like to put it into the universe.
What?
Did you know that on the side of her stage, she has seats? Seats.
People from the audience get to sit on stage.
Can we please?
How do we do that?
Can we please, Talia? Don't you think we're like kids? Talia, please.
But to have a seat on the stage.
We did that at Jazz Fest, remember?
We sat on the side.
On the ground.
On the floor.
And we didn't care.
It was amazing. But I do think that it must give you just like what it does for anybody who gets those crazy
Yeah.
seats is you get the perspective of what it's like to be her.
Yes.
For 1 second. There was a Broadway show called Once.
Oh, yeah.
And I think they brought people
Yes.
to sit on the, like, it's just such a crazy, only the people who do the show get to see the world that way. Cool.
But maybe we'll be able to.
Cool.
So because of, in honor of her risque and fabulous fashions, we decided to play a game I like to call Picture Me in That.
Okay.
All
What
right,
you
so
got?
here's the first one. That beautiful
Wait,
jumpsuit.
she wore that jumpsuit?
Yeah.
Wait,
Catsuit.
what?
All right, let's see.
All right, Jenna wants to see herself in it. I'd like to see it.
But see, y'all, you just put my head on Beyonce's body. That's not the real. That's not real.
Okay, let's see. Okay, looking good, JBH. How about
her fluorescent dress and
look
coat?
how cool she. Look at the boots.
Wait, that's like metallic or something. She looks amazing. Okay,
That's
can we
really
see Hoda
cool.
in it, please?
Oh, that's never. You know what, y'all? Oh.
It looks good on you.
Okay.
It looks good on Beyonce.
You know what I learned yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, so yesterday my daughter went to a play date somewhere and she was supposed to come home, but because of all the crazy New York traffic and and I was out on a play date with my other daughter. Haley was coming across the park with a babysitter and got snarled in traffic, and it was a whole thing. So it took 2 hours to get across the park too. And I was hyped up, like, wait, what? They tried the crosstown bus.
Where
that didn't
is
work.
she?
You
Where
couldn't
is
do this.
she? Yeah.
She's with the babysitter, but still, there's like a thing about like, you're so close, but you're 2 hours away. And my heart was pounding, and I was like, how is this possible? The play date was over at 4:30. It's 7 o'clock at night.
It's her bedtime.
It's her bedtime. We're already asleep by now in my house. And then she came running down the hall to our apartment, and she jumped in my arms, and she goes, oh, you're not going to believe our adventure. And I go, tell me. Joe Biden was here and we couldn't go drive, so we got off 3 buses, and then we got into an Uber and he was stuck, so we had to walk, you know. And she told this delightful, beautiful story of an adventure. And it reminded me for 1 second that our tone, like me going, where, that can, and all of a sudden I just delighted. We ate dinner. She told me the story. Joe Biden, where does he live? Why was he here? Why were the streets blocked? And all this stuff. And we had a great bath, and she went to bed fine. You know, so what? But I remember thinking to myself, you can change the way a day goes by how you perceive. You're late, and they come home with something incredible to tell you, like, and a great life
Aren't you
lesson.
glad you took a breath instead of being so worried?
And I was worried, and I was calm after
but you know
that.
what? She was just riding the wave,
and also,
and the wave got a little stuck because of the presidential traffic, and she just kept riding.
Hats off to our babysitter, by the way, who also wasn't like, oh no. She was like, let's try this one. Just very delighting in all of that
and
stuff.
the adventure.
Safe. Okay. Anyway,
Priyanka Chopra Jonas. She was just on the.
We don't know.
Do you like that turn?
We don't have segues here.
No,
just
we don't.
Moving on.
We're just going to tell you what we're talking about. She was on this podcast that everybody's talking about. It's called Call Her Daddy, and she was dishing. I made that into 2 syllables. Dishing. Well, it is 2 syllables. But anyway, she opened up about the first thing she did after Nick slid into her DMs. Take a look.
I was like, okay, like any self-respecting girl, I Googled him. And this video for Close comes up, and I immediately send him my number.
So, she saw the video right there, and she immediately sent her number. Yeah, well,
we're sort of stuck in it. I get it. I don't know what to say besides, have you ever Googled anybody?
Yeah, I mean, I think you do that, but I do think, like, if you met somebody and you knew nothing about their profession, let's pretend that was off the table. Let's pretend you had to go on 3 dates with someone and know nothing about what they did for a living.
Yes.
And then that was revealed to you later.
Yes.
Like, because if you are with someone who has some kind of a smarty pants job, you immediately think they're brilliant. Or if you're with, you already think that. So if you didn't have any preconceptions about the person, would you like them, fall in love with them based on all the other,
who they
are? Forget about
such a good question.
So I wonder, I mean, I kind of get why you Google and what's this and who'd he date and blah, blah, blah. And I get it. Like, I totally get it. But I just think there's some kind of, like, if you really want something beyond that.
But also, when we, were younger, there was no Google.
Right.
You can't imagine that time, but there was no Google. So you would just go on a date with somebody and have to ask, what do you do? I mean, it's different if you're, a music star.
Yeah.
But to get to, like, really know somebody before you've seen all of their dating pictures. And their history and know, I mean, when we have people on here sometimes, I feel like I've just seen them because I'm on their Instagram.
Yes. And it feels like that.
I'm
We're
like, oh, I know
how was
you.
your trip?
Yeah.
Oh my God, your wife's
Isn't that
so
weird?
pretty. Yes, it is weird. Okay, there's a new snack that we think we have to try, and it's designed for Jenna. No question. It's from Velveeta, and it's a collaboration with Compartes chocolate. It's a cheese truffle.
Ooh.
Wait, a cheese truffle? Do we have it? Katie! Wait, where's the...
It's right here.
The chocolate's inside?
It's right inside. So Compartes paired with Velveeta to make the Truffle, right?
Wait.
Right?
Oh,
Truffle. It's a sweet white chocolate shell molded to look like a Velveeta shell with a creamy, delicious bite of Velveeta in the center.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Can I just be honest?
Yeah, you don't...
I don't like
chocolate
cheesy
and cheese.
mixed with chocolate.
Yeah.
The
martini.
Yeah, remember the Parmesan martini y'all made me, and that hurt my stomach for at least a day. So it's like when y'all are like, Jenna will love this.
Let's
try it. Oh, y'all, please.
Can we stop doing the cheese with things like this?
No,
I love Velveeta. I love Velveeta, but I'm gonna pass on that. I'm gonna stick to the mac and cheese.
Even if you love cheese like I do, there's something about that that's just wrong.
Right, Katie?
Yeah, I like the chocolate and I like the cheese separate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Katie, thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Coming up next, the bombshells just keep coming on Vanderpump Rules.
They sure do. We don't know anything about it, though, so we've got all the drama from that show and the Real Housewives of New Jersey and more. Reality dilemmas after this.
Reality stars' on-screen lives are dramatic, but sometimes they have issues, just like the rest of us. So we are teeing up another installment of Reality Dilemmas.
Pop culture expert and Bravo personality Darren Karp, she's one of our favorites, is here to dish on the latest reality show, Entanglements, and we're going to weigh in.
Yeah.
Hi. Okay.
Hi.
So take us to Vanderpump Rules. It seems like we're stuck there.
I can't believe how many legs this
It's been
has.
2.5 months of news here, but in this latest episode, I really want to focus on Tom, Ariana, and Raquel, of course. Now, Tom and Ariana have been together for almost a decade. They've had a very solid relationship. And then Raquel is Ariana's best friend.
Yes.
Unfortunately, Ariana's grandmother passes away, so she's out of town, and Raquel sleeps over Tom Sandoval.
Wait, do you see that on TV?
Well, take a look.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I'm late. Tell me why you're late. Sit down here. I want to hear why you're late. I overslept. Overslept? I stayed up late. I went back to Tom's place, and we went in the jacuzzi with Schwartz. Oh, so you were in with both of them? Just you three? Yeah. Where did you stay last night? At Sandoval's. Nothing happened, though. Like, it's not like...
Doesn't matter whether anything happened. It's just the fact that you were there.
I know, it looks bad. I know. All right, so you can see Lisa Vanderpump's face is just pure disappointment. Is it ever okay for you to stay, a single woman, to stay over at your friend's house overnight when your girlfriend is gone? Never okay. Even if you're friends. Because maybe in the gay world it's a little different. You know, like I have a lot of girlfriends that I'm not sexually attracted to. So they can stay over, they cannot. But you guys are saying absolutely not. There's no way.
Because there's something different too where it's like if you're dating, I mean, I know you... that doesn't necessarily translate, but what I'm saying is like, you can't, if you're totally committed to somebody, you're not gonna go over to somebody's house and sleep over.
Even if you just get a little drunk and fall asleep. This is absolutely not okay.
No, because also when it's your best friend's boyfriend too, on top of everything else.
So many boundaries.
Aside.
Wait, so this happened, and then the fact that they came, when everybody found out they had an affair was months later?
Yeah, this only happened 2.5 months ago when we found out, but this was actually filmed almost last summer.
Okay, but we should point out that Ariana's going to be on our show.
Oh yeah,
she's coming up, so we're going to.
We're going to call you for a little.
That's my girl right there. So
that's your girl.
We're going to call you for a little.
All right.
A little.
All right. Next up, there's a show called Jewish Matchmaking. Is that what it's called?
Yes, it is.
Tell us about it.
Yeah, so Jewish people from all around the globe put their trust and love in this amazing matchmaker. You can see it right there, Eliza Ben Shalom. And obviously, some have more specific qualifications for who they want to date than others, and some have more input than others. Let's take a look.
Animal lover.
Typically, you're not just marrying somebody, you're marrying into a family. So Uri's like, it's not my decision, it'll be my mom's. And that's what it is. What else?
What else?
Moroccan backgrounds, I should say, right?
Moroccan, you know.
Okay, wait, that's mom's or
That's
yours?
Mom.
I'm gonna just note the difference between what you want and what she wants because I'm not sure who the decision maker is.
Ooh. See, I don't involve my parents at all in my dating life for this reason alone. Because there's just too many cooks in the kitchen. I do like, did your dad have input? I know you're dating. Like what? Like,
well, he had to
what
say
are
yes.
you gonna do? Like,
he had
what?
to say they had to sign off.
They
on
had,
it.
well,
sign off.
when he proposed, but it wasn't like, hey, Dad, what you thinking?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. Like first date, you weren't like, Dad,
But also,
or
he
Mom,
was
you know.
sort of busy.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay, just a tad.
Yeah, he didn't really
no
care.
time to have input on whether or not you're dating
But
a
like,
Moroccan.
your parents weren't like.
I don't think so. And I think if you bring them in on the initial stages, it's kind of reflective on what married life would be like with you. Do you know what I mean?
That's
it
true.
means everybody, this is our family. My mom gets equal say.
You have a positive spin on that. See,
Yeah.
I'm thinking, oh man, I got to date your mom and you.
Yeah,
now?
totally.
Like that's double too much for me. I can't keep track.
Totally,
All right, we got to get to Jersey.
Okay, this is it.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of family drama, Real Housewives of Jersey has really got it going on.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. A lot of family drama. This kind of separates the housewives from the rest of them, in my honest opinion, because there is so much familial drama going on. Joe and Melissa Gorga. Joe is obviously brothers to Teresa, and she's marrying Louis. There have been just decades of turmoil between them. There's the blushing bride. And we find out in this latest episode that Louis is kind of icing Joe and Melissa Gorga from their wedding
Louis
invite.
is the one that's doing it?
Louis is the one that's
Is
doing
there
it.
a sound?
But Teresa is
Okay.
signing off on it. Let's
Okay.
take a look. She's signing off on it.
Hi, babe.
How you doing? Everything okay?
Yes, I'm driving.
Listen, I'm gonna send a text out for next Thursday night at Opera. So who am I sending a text to? Dolores +1, Marcus +1, Jennifer +1, Jackie +1. Those people, just to put the invite out to all of them, except Melissa and Joe. I'm not inviting them, but they should have.
You know the camera's on. We're filming, right?
So you guys got caught a little bit. The cameras were filming, and we could see Louis not purposely inviting Teresa's brother Joe. So my question to you is, when you're planning a wedding, and I've never been married, how many family members are you required to invite? Do you have to invite the siblings of your partner?
Yes.
No matter what.
Yes.
Drama's happening.
No matter.
This is why I'm not having a wedding. This is why I'm
Definitely
not
have
having a
to
wedding.
invite the siblings.
Yes, if you don't.
So did they not invite them, or we don't know? We have to tune in.
You'll have to tune in, but they do not attend the wedding. So it's kind of a big.
So that's it.
That's
the
it.
wedge.
It's
the wedge is
a
in.
wedge.
The
It has
riff
been
is
broken.
over.
No.
It's irreconcilable, and we have the reunion
How good
coming
is
up.
Darren?
Darren is the best.
So good.
You guys
so
teach
good.
me so much about my dating life. I gotta ask my mom. I gotta get married. I can't have girls over. Great.
No, you can have girls over. It's
Okay,
fine.
okay.
Just
okay.
talk about it with your girlfriend first.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Okay. Coming up next, what do you get when you combine food, friends, and fabulous conversation?
You get yourself a dinner date with this guy, Jesse Tyler Ferguson. He's going to dish. Coming up right after this.
He's looking into the future.
Jesse Tyler Ferguson made us laugh for 11 seasons on the hit comedy Modern Family. He's also a Tony winner and a doting dad of 2.
Now, Jesse wants to take us out to eat with his new podcast, Dinners on Me, where he interviews celebrity friends over a delicious meal at some of his favorite spots.
Jesse, this is such a beautiful concept.
Yeah.
The best conversations happen over a delicious meal. Yeah, so tell us about it.
It's exactly that. I wasn't looking to do a podcast. It was an idea that was presented to me, and they thought I'd be a good host for it. And I'm so glad I said yes. I've gotten the opportunity to sit at some really fantastic restaurants in both New York and LA with some people that I adore immensely. And they're people that I kind of already know, at least in this first season.
Yeah.
But I'm getting to know them in such a deeper level. And I just love the idea of a long form conversation. Like, we have 3 minutes, but like, what would happen if we had an hour? Like, so much would come up.
Yeah, and also there's something about sort of being in a restaurant where it's disarming. You're not like in a booth. You're just
not in a booth.
sitting.
You're not sitting across like in chairs interviewing each other. Like, you hear the waiter come over. You hear us talk about what we want to eat. You hear the specials. You might hear a little bit of mouth sounds, which might turn some people off. But like, it's a conversation,
It's real.
and you're the listener is the third person.
Do you have, there are always questions that sort of open up. It's like a window into somebody. And sometimes when you do podcasts for a while, you're like, oh, that's my question. That's a good one. Are there certain questions you ask that you feel like elicit answers that give you information you didn't know about someone you knew well?
I'm still learning, and maybe you guys can give me some tips. But like,
She has an incredible
I know.
podcast. Webby Award winner right here.
I know.
I don't want to show
Had I known. I find for me personally, like, if there's a story that I can relate to, something about their past that I have an in as well, like if I have a story that kind of relates to that, I'll like talk about my version of like what happened and like have them sort of it pulls out more from them if there's something that you relate to. So and honestly, every single guest that I've had so far, granted they're all people I know already.
Like, who are your guests?
Julie Bowen, Jesse Williams, Niecy Nash Betts, Tracy Ellis Ross, Jim Parsons.
We love Tracy Ellis Ross.
Love her.
Wait, do you not love her so much?
Yes.
Was she amazing?
Yes, and I've gotten to know her.
You can get deep with her too.
She goes way
do you get deep?
Of course we do.
Of course
Yes.
we do.
Wait,
Who else?
There was Fred Armisen, Padma Lakshmi. I'm leaving you and having lunch with Padma.
Where are you going?
We're going to this place called 53. I've never been
Never
before.
heard of it.
I haven't either.
Okay, so here's the thing. You love to eat, yet you hate the word foodie.
I do hate the word foodie.
Why? What is it?
It's just like it feels a little bloggery.
Yeah. Little
bloggery.
Which I also don't mind blogs, but like I just I don't know.
You have some beautiful parts of your life. This new podcast is amazing. You got 2 little ones and one real little.
Yeah, he's 6 months.
Oh, look at that.
That was day 1. Yeah, when we had so much hope and energy.
Tell us about what it's like being a dad of 2.
It's a lot, you guys.
Yeah.
I feel like people told me it was gonna be a lot, but I needed them to like take me to a corner, put their hands on my shoulders, look me right in the eye, and be like, "No, it's a lot."
But you wouldn't have listened. That's the problem.
I wouldn't have listened because I was gonna do it anyways, and I do love it. Yeah.
And okay, you were obviously a famous dad on Modern Family. Did you feel like you learned any parental guidelines on that show?
Not so much. I learned that I'm really good with kids because I had to sort of when there were breaks in the scene, Aubrey and I would just get to know one another, and like I would find common ground with this kid, and that was really like illuminating for me, and also like gave me a lot of confidence just on like relating to a kid. But the thing is, especially in the first 2 seasons, we had twins playing Lily. So like if Lily number 1 was wah wah wah, they'd like literally swap out another baby.
You're like,
and in
Lily
real
number
life,
2.
it just doesn't happen. If Sullivan's fussy, there's no swapping out.
What happened? Was Beckett potty trained recently?
He was potty trained recently.
How'd y'all do that?
He's doing really good. Just a really intense week of
Did you
being
do the
at
old
home.
school?
Yeah, like we put him on the toilet every 15 minutes,
Yeah.
and he'd sit there for 4 minutes, and then we like stretched to 30 minutes, an hour, and he's doing really good.
You know what I feel like the key for us was, which is just like sort of old school flash to the 80s, was we'd give Hal a book. Like he'd sit there with his newspaper, like old.
He has a book too.
Did he have a book on the toilet?
Yeah,
I feel like that, like you're they don't can't really read, but you look at Elmo, and all of a sudden it's like
happening.
Yeah, he just scrolls Instagram. That's what he does.
Jesse's going to stick around. He's going to let us snoop through his social media. Is that okay?
Speaking of Instagram, okay.
right after this. There's something.
All right, we are back with actor Jesse Tyler Ferguson, and he's got such a real fun Instagram. We're going to scroll through it. It's a segment we like to call Snooping Your Socials. All right.
Okay, so here's how it's going to work, Jesse.
That graphic.
You know, you like us with the magnifying glass?
Because we got
We're like Inspector Gadget. Okay, we're going to put up one of your posts, and then
Okay.
you're just going to tell us what's happening.
Okay.
All right, here's the first
I really
one.
haven't looked at any of these.
Okay,
by the
good.
way.
Here's
Okay.
the first one.
Oh, okay. Well,
Whitney's Star Walk of Fame.
Wait,
this
you're
one kind of
dressed
explains itself.
Well, sort of.
It doesn't.
What is happening here?
What's going
I'm
on?
Yes, I'm dressed as Annie. It was for an episode of Modern Family. I was shooting it on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. And so I took photos by two different stars, one Britney Spears and then one by Donald Trump. I thought it'd be funny.
How
to
many
brag on
years
the
ago?
Donald Trump star.
How long ago was it?
It was like, I mean, he was president at that point. Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't president.
He
It
wasn't?
was during Modern Family.
Modern Family.
No, that's
earlier.
what I was wondering.
I can't remember.
Okay.
I think he was running.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Next,
blocked it
here's
out.
a video of you with your Modern Family castmates. Let's see what y'all are doing.
Okay, well, that's Julie acting like a fool. There's Nolan. This was at the Jonas Brothers concert.
Oh.
Sarah was opening for the Jonas Brothers, if you could believe it. So we all went to go
Wait, what
support
do you
her.
mean?
She and her friend had written a song, and they didn't do like a whole. He did a whole set, and she sang one song with her
okay.
friend. But yeah, that's Julie just. Oh, and Nolan was so funny that day because he was like, "Oh, I get it. The Jonas Brothers are like Teletubbies for adults," because they were all like dressed in their own color.
Do you know that the Jonas Brothers are going to be here tomorrow?
I love them so much.
Yeah.
It's so great. They're doing Broadway.
Yeah.
I'm so
Amazing.
excited
Wait, they're
for them.
doing Broadway?
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Like they're doing a
vibing.
concert on Broadway. Not like,
Yeah.
you know, they're not
But
doing
not-
Speed the
not
Plow.
Bruce Springsteen,
Yeah.
Bruce Springsteen-y, but not,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know, like that
exactly.
type of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
How interesting. Okay, so next up, this is you and your husband with a friend of yours.
Oh,
Wait,
great.
what?
You're a Swiftie.
Oh,
knew
yes,
it.
I am a Swiftie.
Yes.
There's no way you're more of a Swiftie than the two of us. We listened
Really?
to Evermore. I was in the
8,000
99%
times. She was.
category.
Wow.
Okay, tell us, did you go to a concert yet?
Not yet, but I have tickets.
Which one?
I'm going at the end in LA, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, here's a.
Have you already been?
No, I go next week.
Yeah, she's going next.
So jealous. Okay.
All right, here's a photo shoot with some Broadway royalty.
Oh
my
No, just me and
word.
Meryl Streep
What?
and Kevin Kline and
James
Earl
Earl
Jones and Audra
Jones?
McDonald and Oliver Platt and
my-
me. Just, you know,
Oh,
just
my-
hanging out in the park.
Wait,
So
what
what
is
was that?
happening
That
here?
was a photo shoot for the Delacorte Theater in Central Park, and they were doing, it was like their 50th anniversary, and there's this big photo shoot of all the people who had performed there a lot. And I've done 5 shows at the Delacorte. I think even more than Meryl, maybe. But I was, that was a very surreal day for me. Annie
By the way-
Leibovitz shot that shot.
Wow,
You
that's
kind of,
amazing.
You kind of have this glint in your eye that I can't see closely, but you're like,
I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, this is
Yes.
amazing.
All right.
Also, I was like perched on a rock, and I was terrified that I was going to fall down and hit Meryl and Kevin.
Okay, last one. Here
Okay.
you are at the gym.
Let's see.
Oh, gosh. Oh, I know where this is going.
Where?
This is
We don't
basically what I do. That's just me working out. Yeah,
What
having
is
a good
that?
time.
So you just sort of, while the other
yeah.
people are actually
Yeah.
lifting,
Babe,
you
do
just
you like
do
to
a
dance?
Of
You do your
course
own
I do.
thing.
I just need to do I was taking a
Do you
break.
do dance cardio at the gym?
That's it. You're looking at it.
Oh my gosh, Jesse, we love you.
And also check out his podcast. It's called Dinners on Me. It's out on May the 23rd. Congratulations.
So much fun.
Thank you.
Coming up next, a mother of 5 forging a new path for her family and a life she never imagined. After this.
As Mother's Day approaches, we're honoring some inspirational moms. And Jenna, boy, you met a beautiful woman who's got such a purpose after loss.
Oh my gosh, she does. She's a mother of 5, a widow, and the proprietor of 2 incredible hotel properties. Through it all, Mary Celeste Bell is carrying on her husband's legacy and a role she never dreamed would be hers.
When our kids were leaving for school, he would say, "Bye, y'all, love you, make a great day." And it's just all about being positive. And it's not like everything's sunshine and rainbows. It's make the most of your day and think of things as an opportunity.
That's exactly what Mary Celeste Bell does as the sun rises over Blackberry Mountain, a hotel in the Great Smoky Mountains. She stands alone at the helm of it all. You say that Blackberry Mountain healed you in many ways. How so?
Sam and I had dreamed about Blackberry Mountain for years. Bringing his vision to life has been just an incredible journey.
Sam was Mary Celeste's high school sweetheart.
He, of course, was great looking. He was warm and friendly and fun, and he had kind of a magnetism to him.
That magnetism naturally drew people to Sam, his colleagues, his guests, and his children. At 26, Sam Bell began running Blackberry Farm, a property owned by his parents. Once he turned that resort into a world-renowned culinary destination, he set his sights on the mountains.
Blackberry Mountain, he hiked and biked every inch of it. He loved blazing a trail. He was kind of fearless.
When Sam died in a tragic ski accident in 2016, he left his wife with 5 children, 5,200 acres of uncharted land, and a dream.
There was just immediate talking of like, how are we going to do this? And so I found myself over those days, over and over, just saying, I know we're going to be okay.
The Bell family decided Mary Celeste should be the one to bring Sam's dream to fruition, and she did just that. But that also must have been slightly daunting. I mean, you have 5 children. You were very young. You were in your 30s. Were you scared?
I wasn't scared. It was really so healing to have to get up and get dressed and show up somewhere.
Yes.
And I wasn't always on time. Still am not very good at that. But you know, to not be dwelling on what we're losing, it was such a connection to Sam.
7 years later, Mary Celeste oversees 1,200 employees and is involved in the day-to-day business at both Blackberry Farm and Blackberry Mountain. How would you describe Blackberry Mountain for somebody that hasn't been here?
It's a place to get away, to really kind of be in touch with nature and be really well taken care of.
A place of healing, not just for the guest, but for the family who runs it. Someone said to you right after Sam passed away, you need to put your cape on first. What did that look like?
I think that's a really big challenge, especially for women who are trying to balance life and work and family, is feeling guilty about taking care of yourself, but you really need to.
Mary Celeste's children range in age from 10 years old to 25 years old. What would they say about their dad?
They would say that he loved them, that he was committed and passionate about things he loved. But I think they would say that they miss him and they wish he was here. But they know how special it was to have him for the time they did.
With Blackberry Mountain thriving, Mary Celeste has a new goal: to change the conversation around grief. Do you have any advice for somebody that has just lost somebody they love or is grieving?
I do think that one thing to remember is just that people will weave in. You don't know, and they may only be there for a season. It could be a coach. It could be a teacher. It could be your godfather, your uncle. Be open to listening to those people.
Mary Celeste says her pain has turned into hope.
I feel so fortunate that my kids are still living the life that he wanted us to live.
And as we looked out over the beautiful gift her husband left her, I knew he was giving me a gift as well: the legacy of making it a great day.
Oh, she's remarkable.
Powerful. And I love that saying, make it a great day, because it's not passive.
A choice.
It's like how you choose to live your life. By the way, she texted me, yes, it was beautiful. It just gave me too much credit. It's a team effort, and I couldn't have done it day one without Sam and the incredible Blackberry family. They're the ones who deserve the attention, not me.
Okay, by the way, that sounds like exactly what she would say after a beautiful piece like that.
She's incredible.
That was beautiful. Wow. Make it a great day. We got it. All right, coming up next, Kate Mara tells us about her new series. It's getting a ton of buzz coming up after this.
If you are a fan of action-packed thrillers, we have got just the show for you. It's called Class of '09, and it stars Kate Mara.
Yeah, it follows a class of FBI agents.
Mara or Mara?
What the heck?
Wait. We've been practicing,
Try
Kate.
again.
No, we've been practicing.
Kate, and the fact that I got it wrong is so typical. Kate Mara. We couldn't tell Mara,
Mara,
tomato,
here's how it
tomato.
goes.
Okay, go.
It follows a class of FBI agents who struggle with change as the criminal justice system is altered by artificial intelligence. Take a look.
I don't understand why the Bureau would say no. Adopting this technology would mean entire investigations don't depend on one agent's judgment or their memory. You could play back any interview, reference any case, even if you're in the field. It's a guardrail against bias and error.
Okay, everybody's buzzing. Give us the headline on it. What's
well,
it
you
about?
just gave a great one.
Yeah.
You gave a great description. But yeah, it follows a group of FBI agents through 3 different time periods. So it's kind of fun to see which time period people sort of are more, attracted to or invested in.
And where people are more themselves.
Yes.
Okay, in your real life, what's been your favorite time period?
Oh, well, now's the craziest time because of all of the children and because of my family. It just keeps growing. But so yeah, now is my favorite.
You say all of the children. You have a 6-month-old, right?
I do.
How is life with 3 kids now?
It's pretty nuts. I mean, those are his feet.
Toes, I want to eat them, and not inappropriately.
Fresh baby feet. Yeah, we have a 6-month-old, a 4-year-old. She just turned 4, and almost 10-year-old. So it's crazy because when you're outnumbered, it becomes overwhelming.
Yes.
But I love the chaos.
What kind of a mom are you? Are you the strict mom, the cool mom, like Jenna?
No, I am not.
Are you the cool mom?
We're the opposite.
No.
Okay.
What are you like?
Oh God, I don't know. You'd have to ask my husband. He probably would say I'm in charge in the house. But no, I wouldn't really say I'm particularly strict necessarily, but I'm definitely not the cool. I don't think I'm a cool mom.
No, cool moms are actually not
What
that
is
cool.
No.
I mean, they were maybe cool until Mean Girls came out, and then it was just,
right.
I love that. Yeah.
So you grew up. You started acting when you were basically a kid yourself.
Yeah, it's funny to look at your kids when they're, you compare them to when you were that age. So like our oldest is almost 10, and that's the age. I was 9 when I, was determined to become an actor.
I mean, that's 9 years old.
Crazy.
And did your parents see that in you, and they thought like y'all could do it, you can do it? Because your sister's an actress too.
Yeah, I think that they've always been really supportive, but I was so shy as a child, like painfully shy. So I think that my mom and my dad were both kind of shocked that I wanted to get on stage and and act in any way. But yeah, I think if you ask them now, does this blow your mind that both your daughters are actors? I think they would say yeah.
Why did you choose that? Because that is interesting. I was shy in school too, kind of sat in the back and prayed no one called my name. And they used to say, like, use your playground voice. And I was like, oh, just pass me over.
Yeah.
But why do you think you did choose that profession?
Well, I think because when I learned that I was allowed to pretend to be somebody else, that was more comfortable for me than being myself.
Freedom.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, you just posted this video of you.
Oh, no, what is
It's a Super Bowl
commercial.
Wait,
what? Back in the 90s?
Yeah, I think I was 14 there.
What do you remember about this? What were you selling? What was happening?
It's an AT&T commercial.
Okay.
Oh, that's good.
And I felt like I was like starring in a Steven Spielberg movie.
Wait, you kind of are, though. It looks like a very dramatic. Wait, is that your boyfriend?
That was my flirty look. Yeah, he was like, I wanted him to be my boyfriend in the show.
I mean,
in the commercial.
It's a commercial that had a full-on narrative.
I know, pretty good, right?
Wow.
Wow. All right. You are part of football royalty, right? And sometimes people make you choose between the teams. All right, you have two teams that are in your family. No, I would not do that. The Steelers or the Giants, but
we're in New York. You can't say anything other than the Giants.
Exactly.
In New York.
Wait, was that weird growing up? Did you feel like you could say you had a favorite, or you didn't really have a favorite?
No, I didn't really have a favorite. I mean, I grew up in New York, and my dad, I've been going to, it was then called Giants Stadium, now it's MetLife, but that's where we grew up. Like, every other Sunday we were there. So I definitely have a real bond with the New York Giants.
Yeah. Have you taken your kids yet, or not?
Yeah.
Oh, do they love it?
Yeah, we bring them when they're really tiny, because I was going when I was an infant as well. So
get them started. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Kate, thank you so much. We hope everyone checks out the Class of '09. It is streaming now on Hulu.
Yeah, it's great.
Thanks, Kate.
And we'll be back right after this.
Coming up tomorrow, we are going to catch up with new mom Kelly Osbourne.
Oh my gosh, plus our favorite comedian Heather McMahon. She's going to drop by with her mom.
So fun. See you Friday.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming to this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stuff with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Welcome to Today. So happy to see you guys. Would you like my boost?
Yes.
Back, here we go.
Sometimes we just do things to help.
That's our Hoda.
Happy birthday. We got an awesome crowd, y'all.
You know, people use that expression, you've been on a journey, but you've actually been on a journey.
3-year odyssey around 6 continents and over 65 countries, and trying to figure out, okay, who are you independent of your parents? Who are you independent of your profession, your hometown, and what are you really about?
A journey that began after coming to terms with the loss of his beloved father, Tim Russert, the legendary moderator of Meet the Press, a force at NBC News, but to Luke, a father he adored.
This is a special edition of Meet the Press with Tim Russert.
Senator Obama, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you so much for having me.
No specific reference to campaign finance reform. Senator Clinton, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thanks, Tim. It's good to be with you.
Florida.
Tim died suddenly in 2008, 2 days before Father's Day. Luke Russert is sharing his story for the first time in a new book, Look for Me There, Grieving My Father, Finding Myself. In it, he traverses terrain both physical and deeply personal. This journey begins in many ways with your father's passing, which was a heartbreaking and shocking moment that as a young man, you had to share with everybody.
And I got the phone call, and it was an NBC number, and I thought it was him, to be honest with you. So he was checking in on me because I was over in Italy. And it was his assistant, and she said, your dad fainted. And I knew right away something was wrong, because you remember how hard he worked in his work ethic. And that wasn't a guy who fainted. And eventually found out that he passed away, and it was soul crushing. But that time, the stuff that I remember at the time, because it was such a whirlwind, it was literally coming into a nation grieving, which I never expected.
Luke was just 22 when he delivered his father's eulogy.
I love you, Dad. And in his words, let us all go get him.
I remember being at your father's memorial service, and I can't imagine standing up at 22 years old in that crowd under those circumstances. You're heartbreaking, and then feeling like you have to somehow give words to this legacy.
I write in the book about putting the eulogy together, and I was by myself in my apartment. It was empty at the time. There was no furniture in there. I had just graduated college. And I sat down at this little kitchenette to sit there and sort of say, okay, what can I do? And words started to flow out because I really feel that was sort of my father speaking to me in a way. And then I went and got his book, and he had an entire chapter on loss. And I read that, and it was almost like he was talking to me and getting me through it, right? What a gift. And so I read that chapter, and suddenly everything comes together. And I wrote it in a few hours straight. I read it through one time, maybe twice afterwards. I didn't show it to anybody. And I said, I'm gonna go give it. Now, my mother, who's a professional writer, goes, can I see it? Can I see it? Can I see it? And I said, no, this is mine, and this is something that I have to do for Dad. And it was quite, it was quite nerve-wracking to be up there in the church at the lectern, and you look out and you see the face of Barack Obama and John McCain and Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Ethel Kennedy, right? But then I looked in the back and I saw the faces of my friends who I had known for years. And then I said, okay, it will be all right. We'll be all right. And I felt my father there too. So, and I knew I couldn't let him down, so I did the best I could.
Well, it was a shining moment for you in one of the hardest moments of your life. And through that and people coming to know you, suddenly NBC News says, we see something in you. Yeah. Would you like to come work here? And had you really ever thought about doing something like that before that moment?
No, because I had always seen politics as sort of my father, and I was more interested in sports or international relations. I had been doing some sports radio, and then I thought maybe I'll get a graduate degree in international relations. My mom does so many things abroad. And NBC came to me. They said, you have a gift. You have a natural talent. The name didn't hurt either. Would you like to pursue this? And I honestly didn't know. I was uncomfortable a little bit. But then I sort of started to think, and I said, okay, well, there's a reason why the universe is operating in this manner. There's a reason why this opportunity came up. And would you, Luke, be comfortable if 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the line, you thought back at this and said, you know, I didn't take that opportunity. I didn't take that chance. Let's sort of see what you have.
In these swing states where
NBC hired Luke. He covered the 2008 campaign and later Capitol Hill. We even shared an office back in the day when I was an NBC News correspondent in Washington.
My old office mate.
I know, exactly. Reunited again.
The entire conference is in a holding pattern, Thomas.
To talk about setting up a huge challenge for yourself to not only go into the family business, but with that last name under those circumstances, it couldn't have been easy. And I know, you know, people would criticize and say, oh, why does he have that job? That's a lot to take on.
It was hard, and I knew that was going to happen. I wasn't naive. But there was also a challenge aspect to that I sort of gravitated to, which was that, okay, I'm going to take this criticism, I know it, but that means I have to work 10 times harder to prove myself and try to limit unforced errors and try to do the best job I possibly can so that at the end of the day, people who pay attention go, you know what, you earned your keep.
Well, you did prove yourself, and that's why it was all the more surprising when you decided to walk away. Yeah. Can you tell me, you know, we could watch you on TV and see your star rise and see the successes that were being accumulated. What was going on inside with you in that time?
It was interesting because I saw the trajectory. I was incredibly blessed that I had become established, gotten the name, was doing things on television, had developed great sources in Washington. And as I write, this sort of brass ring was to some degree in my grasp. And who knows what the future would have held on to. I liked the work, but some days it left me empty. There was a sense of, is there something else out there? And I turned 30, which at the time I thought was getting old.
I remember
it's
those
not
days.
now.
No.
And I saw friends of mine settling down, having children, and going into that sort of next phase in life. And I realized that in my 20s that I had really applied myself and given everything to this job and to this legacy and to this position. But who was I? And I couldn't answer the question, and that bothered me because I knew that going forward in life, if I didn't take an opportunity to pause and reassess, then I would be way worse off for it. And I needed that pause just to even have the time to think, because there's always the next thing in media. There's often always the next thing in life. And I said, I just need 6 months, if anything, just to sort of figure out what's going on here. And I had to get away from my last name. I had to get away from the world that I knew.
It takes courage to walk away. It takes more courage when you don't really have a plan or know what you're going to do. And you didn't. You had a truck, a dog, and a roadmap.
It's one of those things where I knew I had to get out of my hometown. And I got in the truck, and it was a truck that my father had given me when I had graduated from high school. And I had my dog, and that was the sort of, okay, you're on your own, but your dad's in that truck with you.
One of the aspects of grief, and you know, you and I have shared before, I lost my father as a teenager, you lost your father young, and I know that's always connected us. And one thing I remember is trying to learn how to be a family without him.
You know, we were a family of 5. We had to become a family of 4. You and your mom had to learn how to be a family without him.
It was those first few years where you feel something's missing.
Luke's soul searching led him to over 65 countries.
I'm so interested in your emotional journey, but we can't miss that this is a really entertaining, literal journey through the world.
Yeah.
What was one of your favorite trips that you took?
I went to places like Vietnam, and the people were so lovely and they were so accommodating. And I was just, in my mind, I was like, my gosh, we were at war here and we dropped all these bombs here, but these folks are so loving and forgiving and talkative.
Reading about you going to Bolivia, going to a high altitude, you have issues with your lungs. That sounded terrifying.
So I get to the airport in La Paz, and it's so high up. It's like 14,000 feet up almost. And I can't breathe. And I end up at the place where I was staying, and they actually got oxygen for me. And it took me a few days to get acclimated. But then I was able to enjoy the sights and see the country and learn its cultures and learn from its people. And it was so incredibly rewarding. But that is not something my father would have done. But for me, it taught me I can handle a lot.
Luke also writes about his complicated relationship with his mother, Maureen Orth, an accomplished journalist in her own right.
But you talk about having kind of a little tension with her sometimes, and how did you work that out?
I did some traveling with her. I began to understand her. And I began to realize, wow, this was somebody who was not given anything, had to work so hard for every single thing that she had to work to get out of what, you know, she was supposed to be a teacher or a paralegal, what were available opportunities for a lot of women back then. So she did have that chip on her shoulder. And once I knew that and I figured that out, I was like, I get why you were pushing me so much.
A devout Catholic, Luke says it was in the Holy Land where he found clarity at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem.
And there's the tomb of Christ. And I ask God, I ask spirits, I go, what am I supposed to do? What is my purpose here? Why was I given all this privilege? Why was I given all these opportunities? What do you want from me? What am I supposed to do? What is this about? And I hear a voice in my head. It's like, you know, he heard you, go pray. Oh my gosh, this is crazy, right? I'm kind of shaking. This is sort of out of body experience. So I walk out and I don't know what to do. This is so crazy. And I start looking for something. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? And I see a Buffalo Bills yarmulke. Okay, now I'm not Jewish, right? But my father loved the Buffalo Bills. And so there's a guy selling a Buffalo Bills yarmulke in Old Jerusalem at this hour. I was like, well, I have to get that. And I said, well, the Western Wall is open, the Wailing Wall. And I walk over there and I go, oh my gosh, I get this now. Dad's with me. He's been here every step of the way. And I feel him, and I feel that. And it was just such a beautiful moment of clarity that, honest to God, I think could only have happened there. Because I went everywhere else and it didn't happen like that. So it was incredible. And I was so thankful.
The voice said, go pray.
Yeah.
And you did tuck a prayer into the Western Wall for
I
your
did.
dad. What did it say?
It's his favorite verse. Basically, I have fought the good fight and keep the faith.
Divine.
Divine, yeah.
The book is called Look for Me There, which is what your dad used to say. If we get separated at the baseball stadium, look for me there, I'll be right over there. But it's also about you looking for him.
Yeah.
And you found him.
I did. And it took a long time, and I miss him every day, but I know he loves me, and I know he's happy.
Well, he'd be so proud of you.
Thank you so much.
Harrison Ford, 80 years old and 6 decades into his illustrious career, pours everything into his work. And his first foray into television has him enduring the brutal elements in Taylor Sheridan's ubiquitous Yellowstone universe. After your whole long career, you're doing a first. First TV show. How did they get you to do this?
By showing me some good writing and a really ambitious project. And Helen Mirren and all the other terrific actors that have been part of this project.
Important question. Have you figured out the Dutton family tree? And can you explain it to all of us?
I've got a working knowledge of it. I could be wrong, but I think I've got it pretty clear.
I've gone on deep Google dives trying to figure it out. There are a lot of theories, but there's a little mystery here.
Well, that's because nobody's straightened us out yet.
I know. So you're not going to straighten me out today.
I don't think I should be the one.
People talk about the conditions on these sets of the prequels.
They don't
rugged
talk
outdoors.
about it, they complain about it.
Okay, are you among the complainers or are you a sturdier sort?
You know, it's sometimes bloody cold.
Yeah.
Butte, Montana is the coldest city in the contiguous 48 states.
You know, my first TV job was in Butte, Montana.
No kidding.
Yes, it was. So I do know it well.
Oh my goodness.
But it's cold and you're doing, I mean, you're really on those horses. You're doing that riding.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're out there. Yeah. Range war's already started.
I heard some of your co-stars said you went fast. Like they had to catch up with you.
Well, the horse went fast. And I went with it.
You had nothing to do with that?
No, there were times when we go fast and times when we go slow. And the reality of the thing is amazing. I mean, we're out there with 1,200 sheep, 800 head of cattle.
How's the smell out there?
Oh, it's you smell just the green grass, and it's beautiful out there.
How does that add to it? Add to your work and what you're trying to do?
Well, you're really there, really doing it. I mean, when we're out there with the cows, we're herding the cows. You know, the actors and a bunch of real cowboys.
When Taylor Sheridan comes to you, is there like an endurance test? Do you have to like pop down and do 20? Do you have to demonstrate your skills? I can rope a cow.
No, I would not have passed. I can't rope a cow. It's going to be the last thing you ever do.
The hat is key for Jacob Dutton, and I read that you had looked at 70 plus hats to get it right.
Yeah,
So what makes the hat right?
it's my hat.
Like the feel, the look.
No, it was my hat.
Oh, it literally was your hat.
Yeah.
So the costumers went through all these hats and you just said, how about this one?
Yeah, the last one.
You could have saved them some time and energy.
I could have, but I didn't want to use my hat. I'm not worried about the other 11. Just you.
In the series, we've had 4 episodes. I thought for a minute they were going to kill off your character, and I was so mad.
Oh, I would have been mad too. I have suffered an ambush, and I have taken, according to the dialogue, 9 bullets, and it didn't kill me. And my lovely wife is going to nurse me back to health.
His lovely wife is played by Helen Mirren. The series set at Yellowstone Ranch 100 years before Kevin Costner's turn in the modern era. Your character is living in a time of change. It's 1 foot in the saddle and 1 foot on the gas.
Yeah, literally. Electricity's coming to Butte. Extractive industries are coming to Butte, and they're about to discover what has become, or will become, the world's largest copper mine there. Also bringing out a lot of silver and some gold from Butte. But they're also, they're facing the pressures that everyone is feeling at that time, the precursors to financial collapse of American banking system, prohibition. It's a lot of competing elements, and the competition that the Duttons are facing is for the essentials of their business. Grass. Drought has limited the amount of grass that's available, and the sheep herders are there with their animals. So there's real competition for the grass.
It strikes me that some aspects of this setting are very unique
to the time. And some of these struggles are very timeless.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what interests you about it?
Yeah, and we're talking, we're working with the myth of the West, and we're watching it be battered a bit by the realities of encroaching, conflicting interests.
What was it like being reunited with Helen Mirren?
That was a delight. It's almost as if we'd been married for 40 years.
40 years ago, they were married in the 1986 film The Mosquito Coast.
But she's a delight to work with. She doesn't take herself terribly seriously. She throws herself right into it. It was really fun to watch her.
There's a way in which your two characters are a unit. They're operating as a unit.
Yeah. I asked Taylor about the relationship before we had a script, and he said he doesn't like to write conflict in families.
That's ironic.
Isn't it?
I've seen Yellowstone. I'm not sure he's holding to that principle.
I'm not sure he is either. But he wanted to write a positive relationship between us, and I was all for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's refreshing. There's rumors of a second season.
Yeah.
Will you be there?
Yeah.
I love it. You know what? It's not like interviewing a politician. I just got a direct answer. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm so relieved. I don't even know what to do with myself.
Well, we could just pack it up and wait for next season.
Exactly. No, wait. No, I have Harrison Ford with me. You don't get out of it that easily. I'm trying to be normal here. Is it like that everywhere you go? You have these super fans to whom you mean so much for any number of roles.
I don't see it that way. I'm very grateful for the support of people that have really given me a wonderful life and opportunities to do things I enjoy doing.
If you did see it that way, it might not be that normal.
I might not be here.
Correct. Well, you might, I don't know where you'd be. Maybe at the spa.
I don't think so.
Days have come and gone. Perhaps not.
Well, we have to talk about Indiana. What does it mean to you to be having this epic character come back to us?
Well, it means essentially that it's the last time for me. And I'd always wanted to see Indiana Jones at the end of his career, towards the end of his life, when everything catches up to him.
So you wanted to do it. They didn't have to beg and plead and control.
Oh, no. I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it.
So when you say this is the last time for Indiana, you know what us fans here, we think you're saying there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
Well, I mean, I know that other projects are being developed for television, and I'm not part of that.
Yeah.
So for me, this is the last time.
Was it hard to say goodbye?
No. I just wanted to get this one out there.
Do you like how it's resolved, however
I
it is
do.
resolved?
I do. I had a ball working on it. And it was really great. Again, great actors, terrific writing. Jim Mangold did a great job.
I know how much the story means to you, as much as the action, which of course we all love. But do you like the story? Do you feel like fans will like the story and how it ends? Two different questions.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's, you know what? It's just the way it ends. I hope they'll like it. I mean, it's entertaining and it's a little surprising, and it's bold. So I'm happy with it.
I don't need another lecture. It's about Gabby.
Oh, I was kind of looking forward to a fight.
You have another TV show, Shrinking. I read a review from NPR that says that you give the funniest performance this reviewer has ever seen from you. A whole new comic gear. How about that?
Just in time.
Just in time at age 80.
Yeah.
He said, well, Lucy, it goes on to say, when you take very good comedy writing and you give it to someone as gifted with the control of his voice and his face as Ford, it comes back to you as exceptional comedy. Do you ever read reviews?
I'll read that one.
It's a good one. Spoiler alert.
That's great.
I gave you the good stuff.
I'll take it.
You are, at 80 years old, as sought after as ever. Did you ever think it would be this good this long?
I didn't think about it. It just happened year by year. Yeah. It's a surprise to me that I'm 80.
What's left to do? Is there something that you just wish you could?
Just the good stuff.
Yeah.
Just whatever good material I'm lucky enough to come across.
I heard you and your wife, Callista, that's on the list, maybe to work together someday.
Someday. Yeah, if we find the right thing.
So do you think you'll act forever? That's really more of a request than a question.
Sweet. The idea of not working doesn't make much sense to me. It's really where I feel most alive.
Did you ever think about what might have been if that road didn't open up? What your life might have been like?
At the risk of not being appropriately reflective, I never think about it.
I'm going for reflective here.
No, that's what my wife is always wanting, the direction she wants me to go, but I'm too busy trying to figure out what I'm doing right now.
What has it meant to you, this life?
It's meant a life of contact with extraordinarily gifted people with whom I've had the pleasure of spending time. I cannot imagine a better way to spend my time.
I think you were pretty reflective.
Wow.
Ish.
Ish.
Maybe next time we meet, I'll go a little deeper. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
inviting me to tea.
It's nice.
This
Welcome.
is our tea. Or we should do that. Aren't you supposed to lift your pinky? Do you know how to do it properly? Like the
no,
royal? Neither do
no.
I. Okay.
I end up doing it kind of like America. Oh no, let's do it like we're in England. It's like cold outside, you know. I think this is now just so you can say, you know, Savannah Guthrie appeared at the Carlisle
That's
Hotel.
right. I'm hoping it will enhance my
What-
reputation.
No, what? Look, dump this stuff. Get your own thing. And just call it Savannah at the Carlisle. Joining Savannah at Carlisle.
Having tea with Tom.
Come on.
I know. Listen, I'm signed up. Are you signed up with me? You've already been my co-anchor once.
Listen. You and I, we have like a road show that we could do now.
We have a shtick.
Well, I know we've been to Indianapolis.
Yes, we
We've
have.
been to D.C. a couple of times.
Many
right?
times,
Where,
yes.
Where you want to go?
I don't know. Can it be somewhere warm? I don't know. Like
Not this
Savannah
time of
and
year.
Tom tour great spa locations of the world.
All right, that's it. Cut to, yeah. How about that? Us laying on just,
Yeah.
Let's do a shot of us. We're getting massages. And the camera's underneath those holes where you put your
Yes,
face.
it's very
and we could just
flattering.
talk to each other. Oh, it'd be very flattering.
We could chat. Well, you actually,
Crack staff.
I know,
Can you get on
exactly.
that?
Let's
Thank you.
get
They're
on
waving
it.
over there.
Bahamas first.
They're waving over there.
I mean, you actually, you meditate, right?
I do.
You're very much on the wellness path. I can learn a thing from you.
Okay, all right. You got to maintain that temple, Savannah. You got to
Yes.
take care of it. So the mind. I've only been meditating. You know who taught I should stop meditating?
Who?
Jerry Seinfeld.
Really?
Yeah, I met Jerry. It's a famous people's club. Hey, Jerry. Hey, Tom. We don't really know each other that much.
I'm not ever invited
And I
there.
said, so Tom, what are you up to? And I said, oh, I've been working. I'm taking a year off. Really? You're taking a year off? Why would you take a year off? They're comedians.
Yes.
So why would you take a year off? I said, oh, I'm just really tired. I've been working like 6 years. Well, don't you meditate? And I said, no, I do not. I'm not Goldie Hawn. I don't wear yoga pants, and I don't, have wind chimes in my. No, you've got to. I've been doing it since college. I'm going to teach. I'm going to have you taught how to. And so he did. He put me together with his teacher, and it's a odd, easy, life-changing thing. And should everybody do it? Sure, why not?
Okay, let's talk about your new project. Did you like getting in touch with your inner crank?
Hey, Otto. No. Don't you dare let that little rat dog piss on my walkway again. Get out of here. Listen, everybody has one. And my brat kids will probably tell you, when is Dad not in charge with his inner crank?
See, no, wait. I have to stop right there because you are known by reputation and experience
okay.
as the nicest person
Well, I
in
like
America.
to use the word fascinating as opposed to nice. I am one of the more fascinating people. But listen, we have all been stuck in traffic, right? And someone up ahead does not use their turn signal, right? And if they would just do that common courtesy, everybody would know a little bit better. And then you won't end up swearing, a blue streak at the people who did not use their left turn signal. Or, say for example, you pick up a remote to your audio-visual system at home, and you press menu, and you press input, and you press select, and you do all those things, and it never, ever, ever works. I'm going to tell you something right now. I once was trying to get a DVD to play, and I kept pressing all the buttons. And you know what the DVD told me? Like literally it said goodbye. It said goodbye. And I was just trying to play, like Citizen Kane or something like that. So when that stuff happens, I do, in fact, go absolutely berserk, vocally for a long time.
So you do. You have a dark side.
It is when I begin any conversation with this, let me get this straight. Oh, I'm gone.
Oh.
I'm already gone. Staff, does that not happen on occasion?
Staff.
Yeah, they're over there rolling their eyes. Happens all the time. Why would it work for me? Isn't that another one I always say?
Yeah.
Why would it work for me? A Bluetooth, a printer thing, a key in a lock, a coffee maker. Why would it work for me? It never does.
I'm feeling your grouchiness. You've turned me into a believer.
I'm ramping up here.
Staff,
I'm ramping
I feel
up,
sorry
Savannah.
for you.
See, this is what happens.
It is true, though, that there have been whole profiles written about what a good guy you are.
Well, look, I'm a nice, I wake up happy.
You are a nice guy. People always ask me.
I cut people a lot of slack.
Yeah.
And listen, it's all a self-defense mechanism to keep myself entertained.
Yeah.
I'm very selfish in that regard.
When people ask me if you're really so nice, I say no. But I'm just trying to enhance your reputation.
Could you say something other than, well, he's very professional, be very precise. He lives his life with a lot of fidelity. Can you say something like that?
I say he is loving and warm to all he
That's
encounters.
much better than the NICE word, because that makes me sound like a pushover.
I know. I want you to have that edge.
I am not a pushover.
No, edge. And I think Otto has some edge, and I was glad to see you get out that inner grumpiness.
Right, but yeah, listen, I wish I had lived a life where people would truly fear me, but I've tried to come in like angry. I just make everybody laugh. So, me, hey, let me get this straight. You're so funny. I can never get across that barrier.
Tell me about what made you want to do this movie. I heard that you'd read the book and then you saw.
Well, actually, we saw the foreign film first. It was about 5 or 6 years ago.
You just watch a lot of Swedish movies?
Well, the foreign films at the time, at the end of the year, because sometimes you get like packs. As a matter of fact, the Academy used to send out, here are the 5 foreign films, and the foreign films are always interesting because they're off the cuff. They're usually about another culture that we're not supremely, familiar with. Asia, countries from Africa. And this was Sweden. You think you know everything about Sweden. And the movie is A Man Called Ove, which is from the book. And that he was railing against sort of like the way certain societies work, particularly in the Nordic countries. That was all over in spades, and that really translates to the United States in a lot of ways. You can fight the system. You can be angry against the system. But there was a bigger element to it that I thought this was a guy who has no faith in the future, meaning that he can rely on nobody. He's kind of like running the victim narrative. These people let me down, and those people across the street are no good, and no one looks after this except I'm the only one that cares. Every time the phone rings, we did that thing. Remember that one phone robot that was calling up, and a lady said, "Hello, hi, can you hear me?"
Oh, the robocall.
That one.
Yes.
We put that in because you can't even pick up your phone innocently anymore without being manipulated by our corporate overlords.
He disconnects the service after that scene.
Yeah, right after he starts yelling over the thing. So that's where he is. That I felt that Otto. There's a great performance by a fabulous Swedish actor named Rolf Lassgård who played Ove. I said, there has already been an Ove. I will call this guy. We will be Otto. I will be Otto. There's so many categories in American life right now of us versus them, plus or minus, on the right side, on the rock side, in favor. And I thought that was what that we could really tear up an examination of that sort of theme. Because look, at the end of the day, a movie has to live up to the theme that's examining, that it is examining. And 2 hours is a long time to invest in this case, a man who has faith in nobody but himself.
But it's not, it is, there are moments where you just cringe because Otto's so grumpy and so mean.
He's
You're
so
like,
right.
Why can't you just say thank you
He's
to that
correct.
lovely lady across the street?
Oh,
you know?
I get that.
Well, we wanted to properly introduce ourselves because, we're going to be neighbors and everything, so.
Okay. Bye.
Then you learn that at the bottom of it, like everyone, he has a story and a perspective, grief and hopelessness and loneliness.
This is the thing that I think comes, and I must say that this is what cinema does for me as a moviegoer, is that you learn other people's stories. And no one is a stranger once you know their story. Everybody's a stranger if you jump to the stereotype of who they are and what they want and what they like. But as soon as you learn a little bit about a neighbor or the history of somebody, well, guess what? You end up saying, well, I've kind of been through that same sort of thing myself, so maybe we actually have some things in common. Granted, he has lost a number of common, polite discourse. He does not know how to say thank you. No. He needs how to say, well, I have to go. That's not the same thing.
He's not really fit for polite society.
No. No.
But he changes.
Well, like everybody does, he changes because some form of, cyclone hits town in the course of his neighbor, Marisol, who comes from a different culture, that speaks a different language, that is loud and noisy and doesn't know what the rules are. But if you look at them, they have an awful lot of things in common. And there's a moment where the very first time we met in the film, Otto comes running out of his house saying, they're trying to back up a trailer, and he comes out, what in the hell is he trying to do? And Mariana, she says, I know, that's what I've been saying. So actually, the first time they meet, they agree on how crazy something is. And that is actually a hint to how much they they have in common. She is extremely forceful in a proactive kind of way, and he's extremely forceful in a defensive kind of way.
They're both truth tellers in a certain way.
Hello, I called it Hurricane Marisol. It's like, you know, that thing that happens when like natural disasters hit a neighborhood. Everybody comes out.
Yeah.
Everybody starts cleaning up. Everybody starts looking after each other. It's almost unfortunate that it requires that for a neighborhood in order to get start looking after each other. But there is something incredibly powerful, and not to, in a lot of ways, not to the natural inclinations of an awful lot of people, and comes an awful lot of Americans, to go across the street, knock on the door, and say, "You okay over here?" And the opposite, the other thing, the complement to that is knock on the door and say, "Hey, can you help me with something right now?" Soon as that starts happening on a city block or in your neighborhood on a street, extraordinary things happen.
It's a big theme, the found family, the family that not that you're born with, but the family you choose.
That's exactly right, because you don't get to choose.
It's like I won the lottery.
You did. Ding, 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 ding.
Did I get an
Let's
A?
bang the teacup. You have nailed it. You have nailed it. Everything after, you know, we marry the people. Our family is not a choice. We are born into it. But everything else after that is a choice, and it is what we choose to do, how we choose to look after our stuff, how we choose to treat essentially the people that live within 100 yards of you. That's where you get into the I think the give and take of what is your definition of a quality of life? Is it to belong to something bigger than yourself, or is it your property and your property only, and screw everybody else? Can I say screw on the Today Show?
Oh, you sure can.
What I mean is you take a thing and you screw it in.
Let's talk about your son Truman. This is his first acting role. Were you kind of blown away at how he carried that part? I know you're biased, but I mean, he really carried it.
You have two kids, and you have already told me that they're both children of the Renaissance. They can do anything they can possibly imagine, because the most brilliant kids on the planet Earth. Is that right?
Well,
I got news for you. No, they're not. My kids are. They're all four of them are just absolutely. All my kids are artists in these odd, kind of like fascinating ways. And Truman, who is either burdened or blessed by resembling myself at the same age as him. He's 26, and when I was 26, we resembled we looked an awful lot alike. And Mark Forster, our fabulous director, just says, you know what? It's always so fake in order to get somebody else to come in and play you, because they never like to look at it. Could maybe Truman do this? And we said Truman has no desire to be an actor. He is behind the camera. He's actually in the union. He's been camera utility. Has been a cinematographer. And that's what he wants to do. But they met and they talked, and we said, well, I'm going to stand back from this. I'm not going to put any pressure on anybody. And when our son said, I don't know if I want to do this or not. It might be great. We said, well, the experience is incredible. Just understand, this is not autographs and sunglasses, man. This is showing up and hitting the mark and finding the truth and combating the biggest barrier, I think, to being an artist, being an actor, is to combat self-consciousness. And that doesn't come naturally, you know, that can come after time.
Did you give him any tips?
No.
Did he ask for any?
No. I said, dude, there's only one way to do this, and that's by way of your instinct. We compared notes on the character, but he's the younger me, so I was watching him. I'd said one thing: lead with your knuckles. That's the only, and whatever that means.
What does that mean?
Well, it means when you storm off and you're angry,
Yeah.
you just turn your knuckles out to the front. Yeah, I don't know what that meant.
That's
but
very practical. I thought you were going to go deep. I thought that was like a metaphor for something.
Well, it alters your body.
Yeah.
It alters the way you storm off, and actually, it is kind of deep. You end up searching for all these things that are just going to turn you into the character.
On the days that he shot, would you go and watch?
No, I didn't watch a thing. There was one day where he was in the shot before I was, and we said, hey, how's it going? Hey, I got the morning off. That's about all I said. But there was one day when we were on the same set, because he was a reflection in a thing. And two things have to go on. One is I have to be occupied only with what I'm doing as old Otto. But then young Otto was there, and on the periphery, here's our son, going about it. You got to treat him as a regular actor, but at the same time, I remember driving him in carpool when he was 7 years old.
Yeah.
So that crosses your mind.
And it's his first role. I mean, I know how I feel when my daughter does the 5-year-old's Matilda. I'm sitting there like hoping she's gonna hit that line.
Yeah.
Did you feel nervous for him or scared?
Yes, but there's only one way to do it, and that is to wrestle the beast.
Yeah.
I saw him. Look, he played Danny Zuko in Grease in junior high school. I was more nervous for him for that than I was in the movie. Because the good thing about a movie is, hey, if it's no good, it's not going to be in the movie. They will cut around you. Maybe I did. I might have said that too.
Oh, that's comforting.
Well, no, because
don't worry, they'll just cut your part out.
No, it's actually said you don't.
You are cranky.
You don't have to worry, because if it stinks, it won't be in the movie.
Oh.
They'll only use the good parts, if you're lucky. But that's also kind of like a sentence as well. But it is, hey, let go. Just let go, because if it's lousy, the director won't use it. Is that a good thing to say to anybody in a movie? I don't know.
When I interview him, I'll ask him.
Okay.
How was your father's advice?
I don't know. I actually, maybe I said this stuff or not. Maybe I was a benevolent presence or not. I have no idea.
a family affair because Rita is the executive producer as well.
No, she's the on-set producer.
Okay.
She was there dealing with like budget phone calls.
Oh, really?
Putting out fires and so I said, I think producing is always, maybe your staff will know this. Producing anything is doing one of two things. You call somebody up and beg them to do something they don't want to do. Please, please, please do this. Please do it. Please do it. Please be on time. Please do it. That's one phone call. The other phone call that says, you know that thing you wanted to do? Well, you don't get to do that. No, I'm not going to let, no, you can't do it. No, we're not going to do it. It's a horrible job. My wife loves it. Rita loves it. Between that and writing and performing the song that's over that's actually one of the on the short list for the thing. That's what she lives for. But she was very nervous about. You're going to talk to her? I don't know if you are.
I don't think so.
Can
you get me an interview?
She was nervous. I'll see what. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I control.
I'll take her and Truman.
I control that. Yeah. I do that. She wasn't sure she wanted to do that because the director makes that final choice, and that could have been a very uncomfortable thing if he didn't like the song.
Well, they'll just cut you out if they don't like it. That's what my friend
happens.
told me.
I hope that happens on the Today Show too. If it's not a great moment, they'll cut it out.
No, it's live.
Cut to the weather.
Just
this
like
is
this.
not live.
This isn't.
Okay, well.
No, we would put you on an 8-second delay in case you're going to
Hey,
curse.
why? Because I'm so cranky?
In case you might say screw or something that we'd have to bleep out.
By the way, if you did that, what would be wrong with that? You know,
what, cutting it out?
Just bleep somebody. Just bleep, 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 bleep.
We've had to, I think we've bleeped from time to time.
Oh, really?
But not for me, I don't think. Well, I might have once. But anyway, we digress.
Oh, well, I'll ask your crack stuff.
One of your co-stars is a scruffy cat.
Schmegel the cat. I said right off the bat, you guys are insane to make this a cat. You are not taking over my bed. Cats are untrainable. Make it a dog, man. Dogs learn everything. Dogs will look at you when you're on the spot. Cats will only do exactly what they want to do. And it was true with Schmegel. It just so happened that he didn't mind making a movie after a while. He fled the set a couple of times in which everybody just freezes. And the animal folks say, they coast it back. But other times he laid right where he wanted to lay and looked at me the way he wanted to look at me. And he's a cat.
Diva, I think you've answered my question, which I was afraid would divide America. Tom Hanks, cat person or dog person?
Oh, I like him. Well, we had a dog. The only reason we
now you're stammering. I know it's a very difficult question.
But screw this.
Bird.
It just so happens I'm married to somebody who is allergic to cats.
Okay.
So that takes the cat out of my responsibility.
Okay.
And we do have had plenty of dogs. I happen to enjoy them both, and we probably lived in enough places we could have kept them separated. But with a lady allergic to cats, that's that.
Well,
Saved
by the bell.
Schmegel, and you can see Schmegel Bagel. There are plenty of times where I got to this place where an arm up underneath, and he's hanging there like that.
Yeah.
He seemed to be very, very comfortable in my hands.
Yeah,
my arms,
and you
which
comfortable
I
with
like.
Schmegel as well.
Oh, I love Schmegel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good kitty cat.
You've bonded over the years over Hidden Heroes and helping veterans. I hear that you have a coffee.
Yes.
For veterans.
Yes.
Hanks. Is
Right.
Hanks Coffee?
H-A-N-X. Yes.
H-A-N-X. Is it
It is.
a shot of
You have.
a shot of caffeine, or is it smooth and
I
kind
find
like the
that
real
there's
Tom
nothing.
Hanks?
Taking my cue from corporate America, I find that there's nothing wrong with trying to get people just to try just once a legal addictive stimulant
Yes.
that tastes good and that they might want to do it again. It is. I've worked with some really great, fabulous coffee roasters and suppliers down in Little Rock, Arkansas. And it is of coffee. Eventually, it will be. Right now, it's direct to consumers, but every single penny goes to support various veterans organizations.
I like that. Why the coffee business? It
'Cause
feels like every other celebrity's in some kind of alcohol business.
Well, okay. I don't want to be responsible for that. I would like to be responsible for people waking up and enjoying some good conversation with a cup of good fresh Joe. Various flavors. So if you want to get exotic, you can, but then if you just want a good solid blast of Morning Joe, I happen to like a little malt in my coffee. And the desire is just, look, you're going to buy coffee, right? Well, sample ours. It's because I'm going to tell you right now, this is what I've always wanted. Hey, that's good coffee. That's what it'll do for you.
He never has a second cup at home.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now, Savannah Guthrie. If a doctor said to me, Tom, you have to give up coffee, otherwise it's going to cost you your life, I would say, bye-bye, because I am not living without a good cup of coffee.
100%. I have a friend at work who quit caffeine, and I said, why? Why would you take away one of life's simple pleasures?
Hello, that's like saying you shall never have spaghetti again. Look, I'm not going to live on spaghetti, okay, but I'm going to have it on occasion.
How do I find that coffee?
Oh, you just go to hanksforourtroops.something. Right?
You're terrible at this.
Listen, I'm not a corporate sponsor. I'm just a guy that invented it. It's a totally different thing. They invented, yes. Yeah. I invented this coffee.
You invented coffee.
You see.
Not only is he nice, he invented coffee.
What
can't you do?
I invented the idea of getting up in the morning and having a cup of coffee.
Oh my God, on this shift, I
Copyright.
need it. Are you the guy that bought the espresso machine for the White House press corps?
Yeah, I've been doing that for a few years.
Oh, it's so nice. It goes back to my days.
Is it still there? We should find.
Well, I
does
haven't
it still
been there
work?
in a while. It did, but that was I left in 2011.
I think we've done it like 3 times down there
so
because
nice.
the way it visited back.
Well, now you should send Hanks coffee.
Hello.
Okay, just saying.
It's all done. Hanks for our troops.
Thanks for our troops. Yes. I get it, like Hanks, like thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, sorry,
right.
I'm a little slow, but I got it now.
Okay.
Whew.
Well, you've been up since 4:30 in the morning.
4.
When do you first see your children?
In the afternoon when I pick them up from school.
Oh my!
I'm not going to wake them up at that hour. My husband would kill me.
Are you not sleeping in the car waiting for him to come out?
Yeah, but then I have a whole routine now, and I try to go home and take a power nap, and then I have another cup of coffee. Yeah. Thank you for doing this.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Honey, that is great coffee. Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played?
The unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
This was our biggest problem on the show, is backwards walking. Jenna?
Yes?
It's Jerry.
Oh, Jerry, hi.
Hi. Remember we said we were going to have coffee today?
Oh, gosh, am I late?
What do you think?
Okay, I'm on my way right now.
Oh.
Sorry I'm late. I'll be right there.
Fantastic.
Oh, looky who's here.
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
How are you? Don't hit your head. Mwah.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for meeting me for a little coffee.
You're really overdressed for just coffee.
Well, you know what?
You
I
look
came
very
straight from
elegant.
the show.
Oh.
But also, I knew there'd be pickles involved. Hi.
Okay.
Sure, I'd love a coffee.
Me too, I love a coffee.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
You
So, have you had a coffee already this morning?
I've had 3 coffees. How many have you had?
I've had 1 espresso. Every day starts with espresso.
But it didn't always used
It
to.
didn't always. For years, I used to do jokes about I thought coffee people were so weird. What is this drink you have to drink? Why? I can't talk until I've had my coffee. Why? Because I just got up. Yeah? I feel tired when I get up. Yeah, we all do.
So, okay, you didn't drink coffee, and yet you pitched a show.
Well, I was drinking it at that point. That's where I got the idea for the show. I went, this is a fantastic drink. It gets people so chatty. This is great.
Now, there's something that must be open-minded about you, because to go from a no coffee person to a coffee person takes, I feel like most people stick in one lane.
Yeah, I think I am pretty open-minded. I have done a lot of very weird, different things. I have explored a lot of avenues in my journey to perfect the human system.
And have you perfected it?
Pretty close.
You look perfect. You look great.
No, I feel like I'm 68, and I feel pretty good.
To celebrate the 10th anniversary of Jerry Seinfeld's hit show, Comedians and Cars Getting Coffee, he's releasing the Comedians and Cars Getting Coffee book, which takes readers behind the scenes of some of the most iconic episodes.
Let's talk about this show and this book. I heard
Okay.
that the most nervous you were, which kind of makes sense, was when you went to interview President Obama at the White House.
Right.
Your producer said you were a little scared.
Yeah. Well, I felt like I was kind of representing every comedian that ever lived.
Yes.
And I was getting to do something that no comedian has ever done, which is do a little funny bit in the Oval Office.
Yes.
Which I don't think anyone's ever done.
Did Dana Carvey never do that?
Not in the real
Yeah.
Oval Office.
Yes.
I don't think so. But it was a bit, knocking on the window.
Yes.
And sitting on the chair.
And I heard that the Secret Service were the ones that told you to go knock on the window. I mean, you were behind the bushes and knocked on the window.
No, I knew I was going to knock on the window. I had asked them.
Is that
They
okay?
said, could I do, I asked, I don't remember whose idea it
Yeah.
was, but they said, yeah, you could do that.
Were you-
Which I couldn't believe they were going to let
I
me do
know.
that.
Thank you.
And I thought, this is a great opportunity in the history of comedy,
Yes.
to knock on the window of the Oval Office while the president's working.
Thank you. And also, there's lots of Secret Service
Yeah.
that are hanging out there.
Yeah.
So it was a kind of a risk to your to your safety, right?
Why would I be scared
Well, what
of
if
them?
one Secret Service man didn't know that Jerry Seinfeld was popping up behind the bushes knocking?
I trust the Secret Service.
This show is, you said, is kind of like a Valentine,
Yes.
like a funny Valentine to
yes.
comedians.
Yes.
Why?
Let me tell you what it's like to be a comedian.
Okay.
It's the greatest life if you can manage it.
Yes.
So the hard part is the comedian part.
Yes.
Making people laugh every night is hard. But if you have that, if you can do that, the rest of your life, you're with comedians.
Yes.
And this becomes a gigantic component of your life and is equally as enjoyable. So I wanted people to see this other side. I would say my life is 25% doing comedy,
Yes.
75% hanging out with comedians.
Hanging out with funny people.
Yes.
So you're constantly laughing.
Yes.
But I guess what surprises me about the show is that it is hilarious, which
Thank you.
people would expect, but it's also kind of human. and lovely and touching. There were moments where you want to kind of tear up, and I guess y'all are people. But that part surprised me.
Well, we are people, but we're not normal people. We're all, and what I have found is the gene is kind of the same, but it gets implanted in all these different types of people. But the essential gene, the comedy gene, is the same. And so it became a study of that, or kind of an exploration of that. Look at all these different people that are all very different, and they all have this little thing.
Yeah.
This little, I don't want to call it a defect, but let's call it an aspect.
An aspect of their personality.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you knew you had that?
I didn't, that I thought I was funny, you mean?
You knew you were funny. Because you're not just that you thought you were funny.
Well, I thought everyone was funny.
As a little kid.
When you're 8, everyone is funny.
No, but not everybody is funny. You know what I mean? You can think back to like the kids that are not funny.
Yeah, there were some, but there were a lot of funny kids.
Yes, that's true. Kids are funny.
Right? And then something, it's like between 13 and 15 is when it gets slips away, because the pressure of, oh, I've got to be a person now.
Yeah, and you're embarrassed maybe.
Yeah, well, you
girls can be.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? Be embarrassed by that
by
part
being
of
funny.
Well, being too big or something,
Right.
too much personality.
Did your friends think you were funny?
Yeah.
Do they still think you're funny?
They do.
So you're the funny one.
I'm the funny one.
That's great.
But Barbara's pretty funny. You
Yes,
know my
Barbara
sister.
is funny,
She's
yeah.
funny, but
Right.
I do like to make people laugh. I mean, what does it feel like to you to make people laugh?
It's the best thing in the world. It's a couple of seconds of weightlessness, where everything in your mind, everything you think about and worry about and work on your whole life is just gone for a second. And it lasts. You know, you feel, if you have like a big laugh.
Yes.
It lasts, for the rest of the day you go, that was so funny.
And it's fun to see it in kids. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because I have a child who, we actually think is going to be the next Amy Schumer.
Oh, wow.
She's very wild and hilarious and will do anything for a laugh. And when she gets an authentic one, to see that glimmer in their eye, to see the glimmer.
Wow.
You know what I mean? There is something to it.
Yeah. The trick is to not lose it.
Yeah.
Don't dismiss it. I think people think, well, what use is this?
Yeah, I wonder, in a world that feels pretty dark, I think we can all be like, gosh, what service are we unless we're doing more?
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of used to be self-deprecating about my job sitting next to Hoda, but I realized that I'm making people feel good.
Yeah.
And that is of service in some way, in some small way.
It's not a small way. It's not a small way. It's a big way.
And do you feel that way too? Do you feel like, actually making people laugh is something that's super important?
It is, yeah. I don't think of it kind of socially. I think of it in the moment.
Yeah.
It's really important to me to get this laugh right now, because
Yeah.
I don't know. You become you kind of become a machine in comedy. You just all day, every day, you're thinking about how do I get that joke to work.
Yeah.
And I don't. I have a friend who's always talks to me about this. He always says it is a bigger thing. You are providing a relief. I always say this silly stuff we do. This, it's meaningless. He says no, it's extremely meaningful. So, it's a nice thought.
you get to sit with these hilarious people
Yes.
and laugh, which I think making people laugh feels great, but also there's nothing better than laughing. So let's talk Steve Martin.
Okay.
I mean, first of all, the car, you had some car issues.
We've had a lot of car issues over the history of doing the show. Yeah, because I love old cars.
Yes.
Especially interesting ones. And people think that they're maintaining them and they're not. And we go, is this a good car? And they go, oh yeah, I keep it perfect. And they don't.
So with Steve, what happened there? You said there was some sort of...
It broke down at some point. What was it? I believe it was
Yeah,
a
it broke
Fiat.
down on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Fiat.
I believe it was a Fiat 8V, if I recall, which was a really artistic car that I thought he would like because he's such an art guy.
Yes.
Oh, Jerry, I know you're trying to be funny. Whoa.
Now, what is she thinking, that lady? She's thinking, I'm sure that's not Steve Martin and Jerry Seinfeld, but the resemblance is unbelievable.
And were y'all able to fix it? Or you need somebody else
No,
for that?
I remember we had to get in like a rent-a-car. Yeah.
You and Steve and
Yeah.
an old Buick.
Yeah.
And a Toyota Camry.
Yeah, in a Camry, which really makes you sad.
It wasn't exactly what you were hoping.
No.
Now, how do you prepare for these? Because it's you don't prepare at all.
No. See, I'm more interested, that first question I asked you is, you've had 3 coffees today. I like the tiny little behaviors of human life.
Yes.
What was the first one? Is it a routine? How do you make it? I'm interested in coffee. I'm interested in people's beds and their shoes and their combs, I like the small things are the big things to me.
Which makes total sense, right? Do you make your bed?
No, I do not.
Does Jessica make your bed?
Yes, she does.
Of course she does. Of course she does.
Why?
Because I like Jessica. She gets things done.
Oh, she sure does.
Right?
Yeah.
But aren't you lucky you married somebody like that and had children with somebody that gets everything done?
Lucky is not the word. Saved is the word. I'm a rescue pet.
So you don't prepare at all. You don't Google. Like, what if you don't know the person? You know everybody?
I read the first 3 sentences. I just want to know where they grew up, are they married, they have kids.
Okay.
That's all. I don't need to know anything else about a person to have a
So
conversation.
Wikipedia is really your sort of...
Yeah. Yeah. The things I'm interested in are not, in the bio.
Which makes the show so good.
Oh, thanks.
And the coffee table book. Did you ever think you'd have a coffee table book?
No. I didn't.
Are you proud of it?
I didn't. Well, they don't give you a book unless the show works.
Yes.
So, yes, I am proud of it.
And the show worked, and people are asking, will there be more?
They are. I don't know. I actually just started thinking about it just recently, but I did a movie, and I'm kind of...
You did a movie?
I made a movie, yeah. During the virus, we wrote a movie, and then we made it, and now we're finishing it, and it's going to come out pretty soon.
Wow, what does that feel like?
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's something I never thought I would do. But because of the virus, I wasn't doing anything, and I had time to write it. Because otherwise, I can't stop doing stand-up. I can't stop.
It's too much fun.
Yeah, it's just like, it's like my life routine. I have to, you know, it's so much fun.
So now the fact that there's going to be this film,
Yeah,
can you tell me anything about it?
sure.
Have you already talked about it and I just didn't do enough research?
I haven't.
What is it?
It takes place in 1964.
Wow.
So it's a period piece.
Yes.
Takes place in Battle Creek, Michigan, and it's about how they invented the Pop-Tart.
Wow. That's genius.
Yeah.
Do you like a Pop-Tart?
I love the Pop-Tart.
Which is your favorite flavor?
Brown sugar
Me
cinnamon.
too.
Of course.
Me too, but a lot of people like strawberry. With the Frosty?
That's them.
No, but brown sugar cinnamon.
See, that was probably the first. Is that the first thing you made when you were a kid that was hot?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or maybe an Eggo waffle, but hot,
Right, yeah.
that's the most luxurious thing. Like, because an Eggo waffle is just like toast, glorified toast.
Right. A
But a
Pop-Tart is
Pop-Tart-
complicated.
It has all that, sometimes some of them have
Yeah.
sprinkles.
Mm-hmm.
So is this a real story or you?
No.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't.
There are certain real elements in it.
Okay.
The truth of the story is Post and Kellogg's both had the idea at the same time.
Wow.
And then they competed to who could come out with it first.
Yes.
And then we just completely made
Came
up
up.
this totally insane comedy. It's like 15 stand-up comics are in this.
Are you starring in it?
Mhm,
Wow.
mhm. And I directed it.
That is incredible.
I know, it's really exciting.
Most people just learned how to like bake bread during the pandemic, and you
Yeah.
wrote and directed and are gonna star
Yeah,
in a film.
yeah,
Can we get coffee and talk about it when it comes out?
sure.
And maybe bring Jessica. But I do want to ask you, your wife posted something
Right.
on Instagram.
Right.
I follow her.
Right.
I adore her. I thought
Thank you.
it was a simple way to say something that needs to be said.
In October, Jerry's wife of 23 years, Jessica, posted on Instagram in support of the Jewish faith after a string of highly publicized anti-Semitic events. The post read, "I support my Jewish friends and the Jewish people." And the caption read, "If you don't know what to say, you can just say this in your feed."
When we look at the rise of anti-Semitism
Mm-hmm,
in this country and really around the world, what do you think of it?
She found a simple, and I thought, non-aggressive
Yeah.
way to say something that, as we said, unfortunately needs to be said, but does need to be said. And I thought that was very special and fantastic thing she did. Hard to do.
It is hard
right?
to do. Well,
Most
simplicity.
things in that venue, it's going to trigger someone. It's going to inflame. We're so quick to inflame, right? Both sides of any debate.
Yes.
Women, gender, everything.
Yeah.
Right. This is the culture we live in. Flash paper.
Yeah.
Instant, violent verbiage.
Yes.
Right.
And she found a way to sort of quiet it
Right.
and hopefully also raise awareness.
Yeah. That was a great thing.
go over a list of some of these comedians that were on.
Okay.
And just if you have something to say,
Okay.
say it. Eddie Murphy. I feel like Eddie Murphy was was maybe the best episode there ever was.
That was probably next to the Obama one, which was unique for those circumstances, obvious. But reconnecting with Eddie, he and I started together the same month, the same club together. And then, of course, he quickly went one way, and then I went another way. And then years, after all those years, to get back together was so thrilling. And he was so, again, I talk about this thing,
Yeah.
you know,
Yes.
and there it is, and he's still got it, you know, and he's still talking about it. And he talks about in the show being on Long Island and going to these clubs with these guys in a car. And then after the club, you go to a place like this.
Oh my gosh.
This is the life. This is the life. Hanging out with the company. You do the show, you do great, you do horrible, but you wind up here.
Having coffee and a pastrami sandwich.
Yes, and writing jokes on napkins and making fun of each other, you know.
Do you have napkins where you have jokes? I mean, do you remember you yourself doing that, coming to a
No,
place?
I got a notebook.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
said,
you got a
I need
notebook.
a notebook for this
Work.
profession.
I need a notebook for this type of work.
Yeah.
But you probably have, I'm sure you have written a joke or two down on a napkin.
Yes, I have.
To be reunited with him must have been very cool.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
And you could feel that.
Oh, that's great.
You could.
So, you've seen a few of these.
Yes, I've seen a few of yours.
Oh, that's nice.
People love the show.
Wow.
Did you not know that?
For most of the time I was doing it, I didn't think it was working.
You didn't think it while you were doing it?
Yeah. But I loved it, and I wanted to make it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make this.
Well,
I wanted to show people this side of comedy life, because people just got so interested in comedy the past 20 years, you know?
Yes.
So that's why I did it.
I think also it's like, and why people are asking now is that kind of connection, you know, that kind of being with somebody funny and making each other laugh, that kind of conversation, especially since y'all were together in this small area, like was something we missed during the pandemic, you know?
Well, you tell me, don't you feel, I mean, you do more interviews than anyone. This kind of thing is different, right?
Yes. Because just like you said, there is no preparation.
Right.
You're just sitting down for a wonderful conversation over
Right,
coffee.
right.
But also, I think with the goal of laughing and having others laugh too.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lightness to that, right?
Very much so. And I'm not really much of a podcast person because I like edited content.
Yeah.
I love that I could take 3 hours and give you a great 12.
Yes, yes.
Because that's what comedy is.
Yes.
When you go see a comedian, he's basically going, I have lots of crazy thoughts. Some of them are funny, and I've cut it down to just that.
Yes.
That's what you're seeing.
Because when you work on a show, you write something. How long does it take, like, to get down to what you're actually going to perform?
Well, I don't know because I do it all the time.
Yeah.
But everything is trimmed down to the an essential aspect of comedy is it has to be trimmed down to the absolute minimum. It's like a poem.
Yes.
It has to be like a
And
poem.
good books, really good books are
Yeah.
edited well. I mean, that's the most important part of it, of all of it.
Yeah, but books are long.
I love books.
That's nice.
You don't?
I do. I love books, but I don't read a lot.
I'm trying to think if I have anything good
If
for
I
you.
could get rid of the phone.
Yeah,
I
put the
think
phone away. Put
I
the
might
phone away.
read.
What are you doing on your phone?
Nothing good.
Scrolling?
Well, how else do you get to the next thing? But we have to scroll.
But are you looking at articles? Or are you looking at social media? What are you doing? Are you
I
on
look
Instagram?
At cars. I look on Instagram, and I love YouTube.
No, you don't.
I love YouTube.
What do you like on YouTube? Cat videos?
Here's what I found the greatest video on YouTube
What is it?
yesterday. I have spent years on YouTube, countless hours, and yesterday I found a video that changed my life so powerfully. A guy made a video about You know how when you turn on your windshield wipers, sometimes they go.
Yes.
He made a video about how to fix that.
How do you fix
and you
it?
don't need new wipers.
What? How do you?
And you don't need a new wiper arm. It's an adjustment with 2 wrenches, and he shows you.
Would you ever do that?
Oh, I can't wait to do it.
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah. So that's what I love.
You love it.
Because I hate when wipers do that. I hate that sound.
I know what you mean.
And somebody solved it, and they made a video and showed everyone
How did you come to that YouTube video?
I don't know. They
targeted you.
Yeah.
You were.
I like the
YouTube-
algorithm. I don't watch anything unless the algorithm suggests it.
Well, you do, and they just targeted you with the
Yeah.
perfect video, which is the windshield wipers.
Windshield wiper adjustment.
So you like that kind of like how to fix it. You're not into.
No, I'm surfing,
Oh, surfing.
baseball, cars, dogs. I like cute dog videos.
Yeah, who doesn't?
You know.
You should follow Round Boys on Instagram. It's really good. It's just round animals. Your wife would love it. Just all about the roundness of animals.
Right.
Yeah,
I love things like I love unboxing videos.
Unboxing videos.
Here's what it is. I really think obsession is a nice way to go through life.
Yeah.
Being obsessive.
Yes.
As long as you don't go completely crazy.
Yes.
Obsessing, I've obsessed on everything, about everything my entire life.
Well, that's true. That's why you're famous, right? Because the show is like
It's all-
obsessing over the little nuance
Exactly.
of life.
Right.
Yes.
So that's entertainment to me.
Yeah. Well, it's entertainment to us too.
Yeah.
Turns out. Turns out it's entertainment to all of us as well.
Yeah, but we all live these lives of micro-obsession,
Yes.
right? Not microaggression, micro-obsession.
Okay, I've learned so much.
And those things, I think, are, if you miss out on the fun of that,
Yes.
I just think it's fun. It's a fun, I like to find entertainment in life.
Yes.
I don't want to just drag myself through this. I want to enjoy it.
Yes. No, it's so true. If you can't find the fun and the nuance and the tediousness of life, then you're not living.
What was the point of
Yeah,
all of that?
it's true.
Right?
It's true.
Find the fun in it. And I personally believe the fun is in the ordinary.
Sure
Not in the special. The ordinary.
I
Really,
love
right?
this so much.
I know, me too.
I could sit here forever.
Me too.
Cheers.
Well, cheers.
But can we do it when your movie comes out?
Yes. Isn't it better?
It's, well, the Pop-Tarts, I can't wait.
We're walking out into the arena. Are you going to miss this moment? Everyone, Roger!
Yes and no, because it is always connected to a lot of nerves. And
You get nervous still?
I used to get very nervous in the beginning, and then towards the end less, but still the hours, and hours before just the thought of playing a night session match in front of a lot of people. It can be draining, but so I will not miss that part of being like, waiting all day.
Yeah.
But this moment where the whole crowd, chants your name or is so happy to see you, it really is what you didn't work for or go into rehab for or do surgeries for. It's true.
Why you work so hard.
Why you work hard,
Absolutely magnificent.
In more than 1,500 matches over 24 years, Roger Federer gave his heart, soul, and body to the game he loves, making the decision to retire not easy.
How did it feel to press send on the announcement that you are retiring?
It was good. It was the right thing to do. I've played for long enough not to second guess myself on it. It was more stressful just getting the words right, the letter, the audio form, what I did. Just a stressful day until I hit the button.
Have you been able to absorb all the accolades and the headlines and this moment? Have you been able to soak it in?
I actually haven't seen much TV footage or things that TV stations have put together yet. So I hope that a lot of people and friends of mine are assembling everything, and then once after the Laver Cup is over, I can have a proper look at everything that was said and done for me.
Well, take me through it. I mean, it seemed like even as recently as Wimbledon, you were still holding out some hope that you could return. How did you come to the realization that the body was just not going to be able to do it anymore?
I mean, I was already very unsure if I should show up at Wimbledon because I was hurt and having not played for a year. So I didn't know if I was supposed to be there. And anyway, totally the right call to make to go there. And when I spoke on the court, I said, I hope I see you all next year playing. And I really meant that because I really still have belief that I was going to make it. A couple of weeks later, I really felt the knee's no good. I did a scan. It wasn't where I wanted it to be. And this is when then I said, okay, you know what? I know what I need is a break. And I remember the first couple of weeks when I went on vacation, I was so exhausted from just doing rehab every single day and trying to come back. And with that news in my mind, thinking like this, I'm not sure if this is going to continue, this whole career. But I really didn't want to talk to Mirko or anybody really about it. I could feel the weight. Waking up in the mornings was really difficult. I needed loads of sleep, just exhausted, you know. And then when I came back from vacation, I could really feel the feeling growing in me that I don't think I can make it back. And then you go into the next mode of keeping it a secret. Who do you share it with? And how do we continue from here on forward? And where do you announce it? And that's uncomfortable period because you don't want it to leak. And at the end, it all worked out.
Is it one of those things where they say sometimes there's the stages of grief, like the stages of acceptance and then kind of frustration? And did you feel all those feelings?
Yes, all of it, and also the ones where I don't want to deal with it. Like I explained before in vacation, like I just don't want to think about it, don't talk to me about it. And then I do feel I went through a lot of sadness and emotional moments where just, you know, how you start thinking about everything you're going to miss. And then you start going like, oh my God, I'm going to miss people, fans, tournaments, the travels, the beautiful dinners we had after matches won, matches lost, when tournaments ended, seeing my friends in London, in Paris, in New York, in Tokyo, you name it. And then you just think, oh my God, my life's going to be miserable after. And then you realize, no, actually, we're going to have more time, so we're going to do all these amazing things now. So it's going to be great, you know. And I think it has helped me to be able to do this interview today in a normal way and not break down emotionally, because tennis means a lot and I love the sport so much. So it's hard to let go because I've done it forever. But I can, with those few weeks and months that have gone by, I really feel like I'm in a good place, and it shows that I've also accepted the situation.
It's, I mean, it's the life that you've known. It's the life you've known since you were a little kid.
Yeah.
It's hard to say goodbye.
It's brutal because I always went to training most of the time, especially the last 25 years, or maybe more, 30 years, with a purpose. Okay, I'm going to work on my forehand, we're going to work on the footwork, and now all of a sudden that will all fall away. And when I go play tennis, it'd be, who cares how my forehand is, or who cares about all these things? So it's a big step, because it's been the rock of my life, you know. Everything was around tennis, all my friends were around tennis, all my daily schedules have been around it, and now all of a sudden it's going to be different. And for me, maybe also what's been a little bit, maybe more complicated than for others, I've really tried to not think about retirement until it was the case. And I always said that because the more you think about it, retirement, and I was asked a lot since 2009, really.
I think I asked you once.
Also, you have to. And the more you're already retired. So I really tried to push it away as long as possible. So when all of a sudden it hit me and I realized that was it, like you said, there was so many different emotions coming up.
Well, you promised me you'd never retire.
I'll play exos, I'll still play tennis, but just not for points.
You know what strikes me about you is that here you were playing professional tennis for 24 years, and it seems to me that you love it as much today. It's as much a thrill as it was in the beginning.
Yeah.
And that's very unusual for a professional athlete.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, if I had it my way, I would have loved to have a chance to play fit and see what's still possible. But I knew I was on thin ice for a long time. The last few years have been really, really hard. And look, I've given it all, and I still can play tennis after with my kids, with my friends. So I'm not going anywhere, really. It was just a matter. The tour is a tough place. It's grueling, and it's definitely the right decisions, and I'm not coming back. That's for sure. I'm too old for that.
I was going to say, you know, unretiring is a thing now.
I know. No, I am definitely done. I know that, yeah.
I thought one of the most moving lines in your letter that you wrote was the last one.
Finally, to the game of tennis, I love you and will never leave you. It really is what I feel, you know. I feel that tennis has given me everything, and I'll always be there for the game because the game has been there for me, and my kids will be playing tennis. I'm always happy to mentor kids. I'm always happy to help maybe a Swiss Tennis Federation, or I'm always maybe still going to travel to tournaments. I'll always be a fan. So in some shape or form, I think I'll always be involved because I think it's so important that we, the tennis players, stay involved in our sport that has given us the platform and everything. So I just wanted to let the people know I'll be there, and I want to be there myself as well.
You also talked about the fans. What has it meant to you to have these fans who are so devoted and so devout and rooting for you all over the world, like every match was a home game for Roger Federer?
How do you know they're like that?
I don't know. I might be one of them. You might have heard.
No, but that's like my number one concern, you know, and is them not being able to spend more time with them. I just met a fan now at the airport. As I was coming here, she said, I'll miss the 3 o'clock in the morning wake-ups when you're playing in Australia. I was like, really? And she has tears in her eyes. And I just felt like that's what it is. That's what I will miss too, is those moments and encounters with people after matches, and they're able to tell you how they felt, and you're able to have a quick conversation. It's been incredible, and I can't ever thank them enough. So
You said even some of your successes would have been a little lonelier without all those fans.
Oh yeah, I mean, hello, we just went through COVID, and I always said if I would have won any slam or any big tournament with no fans in the crowd, I think it would have taken away 80% of my emotions, or 80% of what it would really mean. The fans are everything, really.
So, it's impossible to single out when you've had 1,500 matches, but on your personal highlight reel, what are the moments that you really
treasure?
You would think, you know, somehow it all is with milestones, right? Of course, you think back maybe to your very, very first match, but that is not even the tour level match. You know, it could be your first qualifying match at a tournament. Then it could be first time on center court at Wimbledon when I played Sampras in 2001. Then your first time you break into top 10. I did that in Hamburg. I remember in 2002 when I won the first Masters 1000 in my career. Then my first Wimbledon title, 2003. And then you take it in your stride all of a sudden, because then things are different, expectations have changed completely. And I had those runs of years where I barely lost and played almost 100 matches every year, with some doubles as well. And obviously just when you're world number one for the very first time, there's so many things that come on top of it, you know, press requests, and I feel like probably I'm the athlete who's done most interviews ever. I am convinced, because I've done it before every game, after every game, time and time again in different languages.
I was just saying, 3 languages too.
I've done it endlessly, and I think 2017, of course, you know, when I won again after coming back from injury against Rafa in Australia, a place that also means so much to me. A lot of the times those close matches against great players, let's say also 5-setters, connect you forever to that one single person, and there's so many players I've played against on tour, and without them also I wouldn't be where I am today.
I've always wondered, like, how did you hold on to yourself when you were like a rocket ship? There was that period of years where you basically couldn't lose and didn't lose. How did you remember who you were?
Yeah, it's a great question, because yeah, you riding the wave, right? And you think everything's so simple, but I remember now looking back, I would win a tournament and it's just all about packing, leaving, organizing flights. Next thing you know, years go by and you look back and you're like, wow, my God, I won like 300 matches, I won like 25 tournaments. It's just a blur. And I said at one point with my wife Mirka, we said, stop. We can leave the next day. Maybe the preparation is a little less good, but we have to savor moments, because all of a sudden maybe we will not win the 51st title or the 73rd title or the 100th title. It might dry out and it will end at some point, you know, and I think there you really need a good team that helps you organize it, or a great wife that is able to help you through it all.
How did you stay humble? Because it seems you really did.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, but you know, you have to, I always said you have to adapt. I don't think I changed. I had to adapt to a new situation, to fame and to all that, but I think my home country, Switzerland, has helped me a great deal, because in Switzerland we don't get carried away, or you're not allowed to. They will let you know, and then my parents and their upbringing, and I think also all my friends always knew they could call me up and tell me, what are you talking about? Like, how are you behaving? Like, this is not who you used to be. And I think this is what has always kept me very grounded and very normal. That's why I still live in Switzerland today. I will always live there. I love that place. But yeah, what a journey it's been, and happy it ends kind of here.
had those years of meteoric success, you also then had some wilderness years where you were out there, but there were years that passed between Grand Slam titles. Did you ever want to give up in those moments? Did you have a low point at that time?
I mean, look, I have twin girls, as you know, Mila and Charlene. They were born in '09, just after I became, I think I was world #1. And the girls were born, and from that moment on, 2010 and 11, I didn't win any slam. 10 I did, I think, win the Australian Open. But then 11, 12, everything's literally a blur in between. I remember changing diapers, bathing the girls, just being a dad. And of course, I didn't have any time to think about retirement. It was too early anyways. I was only just 30 years old. But then when the boys were born, twin boys, Leo and Lenny, they were born in 2014. Things really, that rocked the boat, obviously, because going on the road with 4 kids every single week was hard, to say the least, you know. And I think I sometimes forgot how hard it was. The nights, waking up in the night because there was screaming going on either in our room or in the room next door, and trying to put them back to sleep, or hearing about it and then trying to focus. I just think it were the years of Novak and the year of Rafa, and honestly, to lose against them sometimes at that moment, but I also beat them sometimes in those moments, was totally acceptable. And from being maybe the dominator, I became the challenger, and I liked that role as well, and it made me change my game. And I actually really stayed hungry throughout. Then I had a setback in 16 with my knee, when I actually ran a bath for my girls, and I go over to run the bath and my knee goes click, and I tear the meniscus, and I have to do the surgery after. So that was the beginning, you know. So it was running a bath for the girls, but yeah, I'm happy it happened. Look, it's part of the journey, and it's all good.
You know what? I don't know if you're like, not all professional athletes would prioritize their family and say, we're all going on the road together.
Oh, it was the only way. I said, I never would I go on the road without my kids, and then I'd rather retire. Then I would have had to retire 10 years ago. For me, it was always clear with Mirka, we try it all together, or then we let it be. And that's where I can thank her as well in a big way to make it all happen.
What has she meant to you? She has gone to almost all of your 1,500 matches and watched and been there, even pregnant.
I met my wife when I was just over 18 at the Sydney Olympics in 2000. She was also part of the Swiss tennis team there. And we hung out for 10 days and, you know, fell in love there. And so she's been really part of the whole journey. And she always taught me also to be interested in more than just tennis, you know. And I think that was from the beginning really an eye-opener as well, and not just to be focused on just the next forehand or the next tournament, but everything that goes into it, you know. And she was really able to keep incredible friendships alive while being on the road, and have my back throughout that journey. And she's meant everything to me. She's got a wonderful relationship with my parents, who have been the most wonderful parents as well.
Everyone marvels that your parents raised you. They encouraged your tennis, but they didn't put a ton of pressure on you. How did they pull that off?
I guess they had a good balance, and I must have also loved the game. They just didn't like it when they would go on weekends for tennis tournaments, and I would behave like a brat on the court and shout and scream and commentate and throw rackets and be unprofessional and not having my drinks ready or whatever it was.
People can't believe this about you, because you're like, now you're like Spock. You're cool under pressure.
My whole generation of friends, we were all the same. We were all insanely crazy at the time. And my dad and my mom, they would be so fed up and disappointing me. So I just think, especially once I went more professional, I always felt they had a really healthy distance to me and the game. They always let the coaches do their stuff, my fitness coaches, and they would just check in with me, how are things going, everything's good on my side, okay, they would check in on the other side. So I think honestly, they were perfect parents for somebody like me.
I mean, it's funny because a lot of people do think like your generation is Djokovic and Nadal and Federer, but your generation is also Agassi and Sampras and Andy Roddick, which speaks to your longevity.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and I guess I was also a little bit the bridge, I guess, between the older generation and then this generation that we see. I do miss that other generation of the Sampras and Agassi's and Rafa's coach Moya and Tim Henman and everybody. Those were almost my favorite years. Of course, then it was the family years, but those beginning years were just insane, being able to share the locker rooms with my heroes and idols. And it was like a kid in a candy shop.
You and Rafa have been fierce rivals on the court, but astonishingly, you have become friends, genuine friends. How does a rivalry become a friendship like that?
I think through respect, you know, and I think also his family is wonderful, and I think both families respect each other a lot. My parents, his parents, both teams. Yes, it got heated and it was intense in certain moments, but I think overall, always me and Rafa, we were always able to keep a cool head throughout. I saw also Rafa coming through the rankings. You know, I lost to him in 2004, I believe, in Miami. He was only maybe just 17. I was world #1 at the time, and he beat me. And I could see like a superstar rising right in front of me, you know, and in the beginning he was very interesting, and he was very, very shy, you know, and he used to always say like, well, whatever Roger wants is the right thing anyway, because he's great. And then as he was getting older, he wanted it his way sometimes in certain whatever it was. And I like to see Rafa growing into the man he is today. And
did you get to talk to him before your announcement and
I did.
share it with him?
Yeah, I called him up, you know, probably a week before the announcement, and I just told him it's coming, it's real, because I know I can trust him. It would never come out with him. And yeah, I mean, you would have to ask him, you know, how he felt when I told him, but it wasn't easy.
So how do you envision life now? Could you do some TV commentating?
Maybe. I mean, I couldn't be away from home too long, but maybe some select matches or some select tournaments. Why not? I think I have a lot to say, maybe add to the game, and I always thought it's wonderful to see, you know, the Chrissy Evers, the Johnny Max, and all the great other players tell a great story and they make it more entertaining. I don't know if I would be good at it, but maybe it'd be interesting, you know. So I'll have to give it some thought.
Would you coach? A lot of former players go coach.
Yeah, coaching would be difficult probably, because I feel to really have an impact with a player, you need to spend at least a good solid 20 to 35 weeks a year. Yeah. I don't know if I can go on the road. I don't want to. I want to be here for my children. And I'm still an ambassador for a lot of the brands. I have a foundation, you know, that's really important to me. I love my business as well, you know. I own parts of On Running, which is a wonderful company, Swiss company. So I can go there to the lab all the time and also design, and you know, that's my passion as well, and work on sneakers. So I'm still very busy, you know, so I'm not like looking at fishing for any jobs, you know, but staying involved and mentoring other players, of course, I could imagine that, but more probably in Switzerland, yeah.
You often talk about the ball boy from Basel, Switzerland. Did this all just exceed even his biggest dream?
Of course. You know, in our local club, they had a women's tournament. It was my first time I was a ball kid. You know, I was very young. And then I became a ball kid at the hometown tournament in Basel that I then ended up, was my last title actually. I ended up winning 10 times, then played Agassi when he was on his comeback. And I always thought, having had that experience as a ball kid and then also thinking how cool it is to have a ball kid, not having to pick up your own tennis balls is quite the luxury.
It is.
And I always thought I need to show them respect, and the ball kids are going to be very special for me on this last tournament.
Can you channel it? Can you connect with that little kid? Can you imagine whispering to him, this is how it's going to turn out?
Yeah, because I used to chase the tennis players at those events for autographs as well. I can imagine that if you are an avid tennis player and you want to become a great player and you are a ball kid, before you go into sleep, you see yourself with a trophy, you know, and I had that. And it's probably ignited the fire for me too.
But you ended up with 20 trophies.
Yes, that is not a thing I expected, you know. I mean, people told me I was talented in my city or in my community or then later on in my country, but internationally like this, to break records, to go out and do incredible things, definitely exceeded. I always said I never dreamt this far in my dreams.
Should anyone be holding out hope for the next generation? Do the little Federers, any of your kids?
Oh, my kids!
I thought you were Oh wait, what?
I thought you were just talking about the game itself. So the game itself will always be fine because the game is bigger than any player, and we are very lucky in our sport to have unbelievable highlights. We have so many cool tournaments. My kids, maybe one can do it. My son, I have the feeling he has the most passion for tennis, but I'm not super pushy, but I feel like they're 8 now. So maybe there I have to at least give them the opportunity to shine if he wants to. So at least now I got time, so I'll be his super coach if he wants me to be.
I was gonna say, that's who you have time to coach.
But you know, the girls probably told me a funny story. I told them, look, on the forehand, do this. This was probably also 8 years ago or something, and they're like, no, our coach told us to do it like this. I'm like, okay, fine. If he knows better, then do that, you know?
No respect.
Yeah, no respect.
We're sitting right here, where in a few days, you will be here, and tennis greats from past and present will be here, and they will be applauding you.
Yeah.
Does that seem like a pretty good fairy tale ending?
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be emotional, I'm sure. But again, I'm not leaving forever. You know, it's not like the last time you've seen me or I've seen tennis courts. So, but of course, I know it's very special and unique in many ways for me, and it should be, and that's why I'm here, and take it all in and show that I'm still here, that I loved everything about it, and I will miss it all, and I can't thank the crowds enough. So I just think by showing up alone, I hope it's going to be very nice.
There's a story that when you beat Andre Agassi, someone came up to him and said, oh, you'll get him next time. And Agassi said, no, he changed the game.
Okay, yeah, he's been a wonderful guy.
Do you think you did? Do you feel that legacy?
I hope I was part of it. I feel like we pushed tennis into the right direction, and tennis will be pushed further into another atmosphere that we don't think possible yet, you know. But I'm happy I was able to probably have something to do with it, you know. And I think I did it my way. I always stay true to myself, and people always, it seemed like, loved watching me play, which is, I guess, the ultimate compliment.
We did.
Thank you.
Thank you, Roger.
Appreciate it.
You know, people use that expression, you've been on a journey, but you've actually been on a journey.
3-year odyssey around 6 continents and over 65 countries, and trying to figure out, okay, who are you independent of your parents? Who are you independent of your profession, your hometown, and what are you really about?
A journey that began after coming to terms with the loss of his beloved father, Tim Russert, the legendary moderator of Meet the Press, a force at NBC News, but to Luke, a father he adored.
This is a special edition of Meet the Press with Tim Russert. Senator Obama, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you so much for having me.
No specific reference to campaign finance reform. Senator Clinton, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thanks, Tim. It's good to be with you.
Florida.
Tim died suddenly in 2008, 2 days before Father's Day. Luke Russert is sharing his story for the first time in a new book, Look for Me There, Grieving My Father, Finding Myself. In it, he traverses terrain both physical and deeply personal.
This journey begins in many ways with your father's passing, which was a heartbreaking and shocking moment that as a young man, you had to share with everybody.
And I got the phone call, and it was an NBC number, and I thought it was him, to be honest with you. So he was checking in on me because I was over in Italy. And it was his assistant, and she said, your dad fainted. And I knew right away something was wrong, because you remember how hard he worked in his work ethic, and that wasn't a guy who fainted. And eventually found out that he passed away, and it was soul-crushing. But that time, the stuff that I remember at the time, because it was such a whirlwind, it was literally coming into a nation grieving, which I never expected.
Luke was just 22 when he delivered his father's eulogy.
I love you, Dad, and in his words, let us all go get him.
I remember being at your father's memorial service, and I can't imagine standing up at 22 years old in that crowd under those circumstances. You're heartbreaking, and then feeling like you have to somehow give words to this legacy.
I write in the book about putting the eulogy together, and I was by myself in my apartment. It was empty at the time. There was no furniture in there. I had just graduated college. And I sat down at this little kitchenette to sit there and sort of say, okay, what can I do? And words started to flow out because I really feel that was sort of my father speaking to me in a way. And then I went and got his book, and he had an entire chapter on loss. And I read that, and it was almost like he was talking to me and getting me through it, right? What a gift. And so I read that chapter, and suddenly everything comes together. And I wrote it in a few hours straight. I read it through one time, maybe twice afterwards. I didn't show it to anybody. And I said, I'm gonna go give it. Now, my mother, who's a professional writer, goes, can I see it? Can I see it? Can I see it? And I said, no, this is mine, and this is something that I have to do for Dad. And it was quite, it was quite nerve-wracking to be up there in the church at the lectern, and you look out and you see the face of Barack Obama and John McCain and Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Ethel Kennedy, right? But then I looked in the back and I saw the faces of my friends who I had known for years. And then I said, okay, it will be all right. We'll be all right. And I felt my father there too. So, and I knew I couldn't let him down. So I did the best I could.
Well, it was a shining moment for you in one of the hardest moments of your life. And through that and people coming to know you, suddenly NBC News says, we see something in you. Yeah. Would you like to come work here? And had you really ever thought about doing something like that before that moment?
No, because I had always seen politics as sort of my father, and I was more interested in sports or international relations. I had been doing some sports radio, and then I thought maybe I'll get a graduate degree in international relations. My mom does so many things abroad. And NBC came to me. They said, you have a gift. You have a natural talent. The name didn't hurt either. Would you like to pursue this? And I honestly didn't know. I was uncomfortable a little bit. But then I sort of started to think, and I said, okay, well, there's a reason why the universe is operating in this manner. There's a reason why this opportunity came up. And would you, Luke, be comfortable if 5, 10, 15, 20 years down the line, you thought back at this and said, I didn't take that opportunity. I didn't take that chance. Let's sort of see what you have.
In these swing states where
NBC hired Luke. He covered the 2008 campaign and later Capitol Hill. We even shared an office back in the day when I was an NBC News correspondent in Washington.
My old office mate.
I know, exactly. Reunited again.
The entire conference is in a holding pattern, Thomas.
To talk about setting up a huge challenge for yourself to not only go into the family business, but with that last name under those circumstances, it couldn't have been easy. And I know, people would criticize and say, oh, why does he have that job? That's a lot to take on.
It was hard, and I knew that was going to happen. I wasn't naive. But there was also a challenge aspect to that I sort of gravitated to, which was that, okay, I'm going to take this criticism, I know it, but that means that I have to work 10 times harder to prove myself and try to limit unforced errors and try to do the best job I possibly can so that at the end of the day, people who pay attention go, you know what, you earned your keep.
Well, you did prove yourself, and that's why it was all the more surprising when you decided to walk away. Yeah. Can you tell me, you know, we could watch you on TV and see your star rise and see the successes that were being accumulated. What was going on inside with you in that time?
It was interesting because I saw the trajectory. I was incredibly blessed that I had become established, gotten the name, was doing things on television, had developed great sources in Washington. And as I write, this sort of brass ring was to some degree in my grasp. And who knows what the future would have held on to. I liked the work, but some days it left me empty. There was a sense of, is there something else out there? And I turned 30, which at the time I thought was getting old.
I remember
it's
those
not
days.
now.
No.
And I saw friends of mine settling down, having children, and going into that sort of next phase in life. And I realized that in my 20s that I had really applied myself and given everything to this job and to this legacy and to this position. But who was I? And I couldn't answer the question, and that bothered me because I knew that going forward in life, if I didn't take an opportunity to pause and reassess, then I would be way worse off for it. And I needed that pause just to even have the time to think, because there's always the next thing in media. There's often always the next thing in life. And I said, I just need 6 months, if anything, just to sort of figure out what's going on here. And I had to get away from my last name. I had to get away from the world that I knew.
It takes courage to walk away. It takes more courage when you don't really have a plan or know what you're going to do. And you didn't. You had a truck, a dog, and a roadmap.
It's one of those things where I knew I had to get out of my hometown. And I got in the truck, and it was a truck that my father had given me when I had graduated from high school. And I had my dog, and that was the sort of, okay, you're on your own, but your dad's in that truck with you.
One of the aspects of grief, and you know, you and I have shared before, I lost my father as a teenager, you lost your father young, and I know that's always connected us. And one thing I remember is trying to learn how to be a family without him. You know, we were a family of 5, we had to become a family of 4. You and your mom had to learn how to be a family without him.
It was those first few years where you feel something's missing.
Luke's soul searching led him to over 65 countries.
I'm so interested in your emotional journey, but we can't miss that this is a really entertaining, literal journey through the world.
Yeah.
What was one of your favorite trips that you took?
I went to places like Vietnam, and the people were so lovely and they were so accommodating. And I was just, in my mind, I was like, my gosh, we were at war here and we dropped all these bombs here, but these folks are so loving and forgiving and talkative.
Reading about you going to Bolivia, going to a high altitude, you have issues with your lungs. That sounded terrifying.
So I get to the airport in La Paz, and it's so high up. It's like 14,000 feet up almost. And I can't breathe. And I end up at the place where I was staying, and they actually got oxygen for me. And it took me a few days to get acclimated. But then I was able to enjoy the sights and see the country and learn its cultures and learn from its people. And it was so incredibly rewarding. But that is not something my father would have done. But for me, it taught me I can handle a lot.
Luke also writes about his complicated relationship with his mother, Maureen Orth, an accomplished journalist in her own right.
But you talk about having kind of like a little tension with her sometimes, and how did you work that out?
I did some traveling with her. I began to understand her. And I began to realize, wow, this was somebody who was not given anything, had to work so hard for every single thing that she had to work to get out of what she was supposed to be a teacher or a paralegal, is what were available opportunities for a lot of women back then. So she did have that chip on her shoulder. And once I knew that and I figured that out, I was like, I get why you were pushing me so much.
A devout Catholic, Luke says it was in the Holy Land where he found clarity at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem.
And there's the tomb of Christ. And I ask God, I ask spirits, I go, what am I supposed to do? What is my purpose here? Why was I given all this privilege? Why was I given all these opportunities? What do you want from me? What am I supposed to do? What is this about? And I hear a voice in my head. It's like, he heard you, go pray. Oh my gosh, this is crazy, right? I'm kind of shaking. This is sort of out of body experience. So I walk out and I don't know what to do. This is so crazy. And I start looking for something. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? And I see a Buffalo Bills yarmulke. Okay, now I'm not Jewish, right? But my father loved the Buffalo Bills. And so there's a guy selling a Buffalo Bills yarmulke in Old Jerusalem at this hour. I was like, well, I have to get that. And I said, well, the Western Wall is open, the Wailing Wall. And I walk over there and I go, oh my gosh, I get this now. Dad's with me. He's been here every step of the way. And I feel him, and I feel that. And it was just such a beautiful moment of clarity that, honest to God, I think could only have happened there, because I went everywhere else and it didn't happen like that. So it was incredible, and I was so thankful.
The voice said, "Go pray."
Yeah.
And you did tuck a prayer into the Western Wall for
I
your
did.
dad. What did it say?
It's his favorite verse. Basically, I have fought the good fight and keep the faith.
Divine.
Divine, yeah.
The book is called Look for Me There, which is what your dad used to say. If we get separated at the baseball stadium, look for me there, I'll be right over there. But it's also about you looking for him.
Yeah.
And you found him.
I did, and it took a long time, and I miss him every day, but I know he loves me, and I know he's happy.
Well, he'd be so proud of you.
Thank you so much.
Harrison Ford, 80 years old and 6 decades into his illustrious career, pours everything into his work. And his first foray into television has him enduring the brutal elements in Taylor Sheridan's ubiquitous Yellowstone universe.
After your whole long career, you're doing a first. First TV show. How did they get you to do this?
By showing me some good writing and a really ambitious project. And Helen Mirren and all the other terrific actors that have been part of this project.
Important question. Have you figured out the Dutton family tree? And can you explain it to all of us?
I've got a working knowledge of it. I could be wrong, but I think I've got it pretty clear.
I've gone on deep Google dives trying to figure it out. There are a lot of theories, but there's a little mystery here.
Well, that's because nobody's straightened us out yet.
I know. So you're not going to straighten me out today.
I don't think I should be the one.
People talk about the conditions on these sets of the prequels.
They don't
rugged
talk
outdoors.
about it, they complain about it.
Okay, are you among the complainers or are you a sturdier sort?
It's sometimes bloody cold.
Yeah.
Butte, Montana is the coldest city in the contiguous 48 states.
You know, my first TV job was in Butte, Montana.
No kidding.
Yes, it was. So I do know it well.
Oh my goodness.
But it's cold and you're really on those horses. You're doing that riding.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're out there. Yeah. Range war's already started.
I heard some of your co-stars said you went fast. Like they had to catch up with you.
Well, the horse went fast. And I went with it.
You had nothing to do with that?
No, there were times when we go fast and times when we go slow. And the reality of the thing is amazing. I mean, we're out there with 1,200 sheep, 800 head of cattle.
How's the smell out there?
Oh, it's you smell just the green grass, and it's beautiful out there.
How does that add to it? Add to your work and what you're trying to do?
Well, you're really there, really doing it. I mean, when we're out there with the cows, we're herding the cows. The actors and a bunch of real cowboys.
When Taylor Sheridan comes to you, is there like an endurance test? Do you have to like pop down and do 20? Do you have to demonstrate your skills? I can rope a cow.
No, I would not have passed. I can't rope a cow. It's going to be the last thing you ever do.
The hat is key for Jacob Dutton, and I read that you had looked at 70 plus hats to get it right.
Yeah,
So what makes the hat right?
it's my hat.
Look at the feel, the look.
No, it was my hat.
Oh, it literally was your hat.
Yeah.
So the costumers went through all these hats and you just said, how about this one?
Yeah, the last one.
You could have saved them some time and energy.
I could have, but I didn't want to use my hat.
I'm not worried about the other 11. Just you.
In the series, we've had 4 episodes. I thought for a minute they were going to kill off your character, and I was so mad.
Oh, I would have been mad too. I have suffered an ambush, and I have taken, according to the dialogue, 9 bullets, and it didn't kill me. And my lovely wife is going to nurse me back to health.
His lovely wife is played by Helen Mirren. The series set at Yellowstone Ranch 100 years before Kevin Costner's turn in the modern era.
Your character is living in a time of change. It's 1 foot in the saddle and 1 foot on the gas.
Yeah, literally. Electricity's coming to Butte. Extractive industries are coming to Butte, and they're about to discover what has become, or will become, the world's largest copper mine there. Also bringing out a lot of silver and some gold from Butte. But they're also, they're facing the pressures that everyone is feeling at that time, the precursors to financial collapse of American banking system, prohibition. It's a lot of competing elements, and the competition that the Duttons are facing is for the essentials of their business. Grass. Drought has limited the amount of grass that's available, and the sheep herders are there with their animals. So there's real competition for the grass.
It strikes me that some aspects of this setting are very unique to the time, and some of these struggles are very timeless.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what interests you about it?
Yeah, and we're talking, we're working with the myth of the West, and we're watching it be battered a bit by the realities of encroaching conflicting interests.
What was it like being reunited with Helen Mirren?
That was a delight. It's almost as if we'd been married for 40 years.
40 years ago, they were married in the 1986 film The Mosquito Coast.
But she's a delight to work with. She doesn't take herself terribly seriously. She throws herself right into it. It was really fun to watch her.
There's a way in which your two characters are a unit. They're operating as a unit.
Yeah. I asked Taylor about the relationship before we had a script, and he said he doesn't like to write conflict in families.
That's ironic.
Isn't it?
I've seen Yellowstone. I'm not sure he's holding to that principle.
I'm not sure he is either. But he wanted to write a positive relationship between us, and I was all for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's refreshing. There's rumors of a second season.
Yeah.
Will you be there?
Yeah.
I love it. You know what? It's not like interviewing a politician. I just got a direct answer. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm so relieved. I don't even know what to do with myself.
Well, we could just pack it up and wait for next season.
Exactly. No, wait. No, I have Harrison Ford with me. You don't get out of it that easily. I'm trying to be normal here. Is it like that everywhere you go? You have these super fans to whom you mean so much for any number of roles.
I don't see it that way. I'm very grateful for the support of people that have really given me a wonderful life and opportunities to do things I enjoy doing.
If you did see it that way, it might not be that normal.
I might not be here.
Correct. Well, you might, I don't know where you'd be. Maybe at the spa.
I don't think so.
Days have come and gone. Perhaps not.
We have to talk about Indiana. What does it mean to you to be having this epic character come back to us?
Well, it means essentially that it's the last time for me. And I'd always wanted to see Indiana Jones at the end of his career, towards the end of his life, when everything catches up to him.
So you wanted to do it. They didn't have to beg and plead and cajole.
Oh, no. I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it.
So when you say this is the last time for Indiana, you know what us fans here, we think you're saying there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
Well, I mean, I know that other projects are being developed for television, and I'm not part of that.
Yeah.
So for me, this is the last time.
Was it hard to say goodbye?
No, I just wanted to get this one out there.
Do you like how it's resolved, however
I
it is
do.
resolved?
I do. I had a ball working on it. It was really great. Again, great actors, terrific writing. Jim Mangold did a great job.
I know how much the story means to you, as much as the action, which of course we all love. But do you like this story? Do you feel like fans will like this story and how it ends? Two different questions.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's, you know what? It's just the way it ends. I hope they'll like it. I mean, it's entertaining and it's a little surprising, and it's bold. So I'm happy with it.
I don't need another lecture. It's about Gabby.
Oh, I was kind of looking forward to a fight.
You have another TV show, Shrinking. I read a review from NPR that says that you give the funniest performance this reviewer has ever seen from you. A whole new comic gear. How about that?
Just in time.
Just in time at age 80.
Yeah.
He said, well, Lucy, it goes on to say, when you take very good comedy writing and you give it to someone as gifted with the control of his voice and his face as Ford, it comes back to you as exceptional comedy. Do you ever read reviews?
I'll read that one.
It's a good one. Spoiler alert.
That's great.
I gave you the good stuff.
I'll take it.
You are, at 80 years old, as sought after as ever. Did you ever think you would be this good this long?
I didn't think about it. It just happened year by year. Yeah. It's a surprise to me that I'm 80.
What's left to do? Is there something that you just wish you could?
Just the good stuff.
Yeah.
Just whatever good material I'm lucky enough to come across.
I heard you and your wife, Callista, that's on the list, maybe to work together someday.
Someday. Yeah, if we find the right thing.
So do you think you'll act forever? That's really more of a request than a question.
Sweet. The idea of not working doesn't make much sense to me. It's really where I feel most alive.
Did you ever think about what might have been if that road didn't open up? What your life might have been like?
At the risk of not being appropriately reflective, I never think about it.
I'm going for reflective here.
No, that's what my wife is always wanting, the direction she wants me to go, but I'm too busy trying to figure out what I'm doing right now.
What has it meant to you, this life?
It's meant a life of contact with extraordinarily gifted people with whom I've had the pleasure of spending time. I cannot imagine a better way to spend my time.
I think you were pretty reflective.
Wow.
Ish.
Ish.
Maybe next time we meet, I'll go a little deeper. Thank you so much.
Oh,
I really
thank you.
appreciate